Good evening, dear listener. Tonight, we step once more into the gentle green glow of an enchanted forest. A soft retelling inspired by the timeless magic of the Green Fairy Book. Welcome back, and thank you for continuing this journey. For within these pages rest old tales from many lands, woven with courage, wonder, mystery, and a quiet touch of spellcraft. If this peaceful path brings you comfort, feel free to like and subscribe and share where you're listening from. Now breathe and follow me deeper into this twilight realm of green-hued folklore, where every story offers a new enchantment for dreamers like you. Heart of Ice. Once upon a time, there lived a king and queen who were foolish beyond all telling, but nevertheless they were vastly fond of one another. It is true that certain spiteful people were heard to say that this was only one proof, the more of their exceeding foolishness. But of course, you will understand that these were not their own courtiers, since, after all, they were a king and queen, and up to this time all things had prospered with them. For in those days, the one thing to be thought of in governing a kingdom was to keep well with all the fairies and enchanters, and on no account to stint them of the cakes, the ells of ribbon, and similar trifles which were their due, and, above all things, when there was a christening, to remember to invite every single one, good, bad, or indifferent, to the ceremony. Now, the foolish queen had one little son who was just going to be christened, and for several months she had been hard at work preparing an enormous list of the names of those who were to be invited. But she quite forgot that it would take nearly as long to read it over as it had taken to write it out. So, when the moment of the christening arrived, the king, to whom the task had been entrusted, had barely reached the end of the second page, and his tongue was tripping with fatigue and haste as he repeated the usual formula. I conjure and pray you, fairy so-and-so, or enchanter such a one, to honor me with a visit, and graciously bestow your gifts upon my son. To make matters worse, word was brought to him that the fairies asked on the first page had already arrived, and were waiting impatiently in the great hall, and grumbling that nobody was there to receive them. Thereupon he gave up the list in despair, and hurried to greet those whom he had succeeded in asking, imploring their goodwill so humbly that most of them were touched, and promised that they would do his son no harm. But there happened to be among them a fairy from a far country about whom they knew nothing, though her name had been written on the first page of the list. This fairy was annoyed that after having taken the trouble to come so quickly, there had been no one to receive her or help her to alight from the great ostrich on which she had traveled from her distant home. And now she began to mutter to herself in the most alarming way. "Oh, prate away," said she. "Your son will never be anything to boast of. Say what you will, he will be nothing but a mannequin." No doubt she would have gone on longer in this strain, and given the unhappy little prince half a dozen undesirable gifts, if it had not been for the good fairy Genesta, who held the kingdom under her special protection, and who luckily hurried in just in time to prevent further mischief. When she had by compliments and entreaties pacified the unknown fairy and persuaded her to say no more, she gave the king a hint that now was the time to distribute the presents, after which ceremony they all took their departure, excepting the fairy Genesta, who then went to see the queen and said to her, "A nice mass you seem to have made of this business, madam. Why did you not condescend to consult me? But foolish people like you always think they can do without help or advice, and I observe that in spite of all my goodness to you, you had not even the civility to invite me." "Ah, dear madam," cried the king, throwing himself at her feet, "did I ever have time to get as far as your name? See where I put in this mark when I abandoned the hopeless undertaking which I had but just begun." "There, there," said the fairy. "I am not offended. I don't allow myself to be put out by trifles like that with people I really am fond of. But now about your son. I have saved him from a great many disagreeable things, but you must let me take him away and take care of him, and you will not see him again until he is all covered with fur." At these mysterious words, the king and queen burst into tears, for they lived in such a hot climate themselves that how or why the prince should come to be covered with fur they could not imagine, and thought it must portend some great misfortune to him. However, Genesta told them not to disquiet themselves. "If I left him to you to bring up," said she, "you would be certain to make him as foolish as yourselves. I do not even intend to let him know that he is your son. As for you, you had better give your minds to governing your kingdom properly." So saying, she opened the window, and catching up the little prince, cradle and all, she glided away in the air as if she were skating upon ice, leaving the king and queen in the greatest affliction. They consulted everyone who came near them as to what the fairy could possibly have meant by saying that when they saw their son again, he would be covered with fur. But nobody could offer any solution of the mystery, only they all seemed to agree that it must be something frightful, and the king and queen made themselves more miserable than ever, and wandered about their palace in a way to make anyone pity them. Meantime, the fairy had carried off the little prince to her own castle, and placed him under the care of a young peasant woman, whom she bewitched so as to make her think that this new baby was one of her own children. So, the prince grew up healthy and strong, leading the simple life of a young peasant, for the fairy thought that he could have no better training. Only as he grew older, she kept him more and more with herself, that his mind might be cultivated and exercised as well as his body. But her care did not cease there. She resolved that he should be tried by hardships and disappointments, and the knowledge of his fellowmen. For indeed she knew the prince would need every advantage that she could give him, since, though he increased in years, he did not increase in height, but remained the tiniest of princes. However, in spite of this, he was exceedingly active and well-formed, and altogether so handsome and agreeable that the smallness of his stature was of no real consequence. The prince was perfectly aware that he was called by the ridiculous name of mannequin, but he consoled himself by vowing that, happen what might, he would make it illustrious. In order to carry out her plans for his welfare, the fairy now began to send Prince Mannequin the most wonderful dreams of adventure by sea and land, and of these adventures he himself was always the hero. Sometimes he rescued a lovely princess from some terrible danger. Again, he earned a kingdom by some brave deed, until at last he longed to go away and seek his fortune in a far country where his humble birth would not prevent his gaining honor and riches by his courage. And it was with a heart full of ambitious projects that he rode one day into a great city not far from the fairy's castle. As he had set out intending to hunt in the surrounding forest, he was quite simply dressed, and carried only a bow and arrows and a light spear. But even thus arrayed he looked graceful and distinguished. As he entered the city, he saw that the inhabitants were all racing with one accord towards the marketplace, and he also turned his horse in the same direction, curious to know what was going forward. When he reached the spot, he found that certain foreigners of strange and outlandish appearance were about to make a proclamation to the assembled citizens, and he hastily pushed his way into the crowd until he was near enough to hear the words of the venerable old man who was their spokesman. Let the whole world know that he who can reach the summit of the ice mountain shall receive as his reward not only the incomparable Sabella, fairest of the fair, but also all the realms of which she is queen. Here, continued the old man after he had made this proclamation, here is the list of all those princes who, struck by the beauty of the princess, have perished in the attempt to win her. And here is the list of these who have just entered upon the high emprise. Prince Mannikin was seized with a violent desire to inscribe his name among the others, but the remembrance of his dependent position and his lack of wealth held him back. But while he hesitated, the old man, with many respectful ceremonies, unveiled a portrait of the lovely Sabella, which was carried by some of the attendants, and after one glance at it, the prince delayed no longer, but rushing forward, demanded permission to add his name to the list. When they saw his tiny stature, anti-simple attire, the strangers looked at each other doubtfully, not knowing whether to accept or refuse him. But the prince said haughtily, "Give me the paper that I may sign it." And they obeyed. What between admiration for the princess and annoyance at the hesitation shown by her ambassadors, the prince was too much agitated to choose any other name than the one by which he was always known. But when, after all the grand titles of the other princes, he simply wrote Mannikin, the ambassadors broke into shouts of laughter. "Miserable wretches!" cried the prince. "But for the presence of that lovely portrait, I would cut off your heads." But he suddenly remembered that, after all, it was a funny name, and that he had not yet had time to make it famous. So he was calm, and inquired the way to the Princess Sabella's country. Though his heart did not fail him in the least, still he felt there were many difficulties before him, and he resolved to set out at once without even taking leave of the fairy, for fear she might try to stop him. Everybody in the town who knew him made great fun of the idea of Mannikin's undertaking such an expedition, and it even came to the ears of the foolish king and queen, who laughed over it more than any of the others, without having an idea that the presumptuous Mannikin was their only son. Meantime, the prince was traveling on, though the direction he had received for his journey were none of the clearest. 400 leagues north of Mount Caucasus, you will receive your orders and instructions for the conquest of the ice mountain. Fine marching orders, those, for a man starting from a country near where Japan is nowadays. However, he fared eastward, avoiding all towns, lest the people should laugh at his name. For you see, he was not a very experienced traveler, and had not yet learned to enjoy a joke even if it were against himself. At night he slept in the woods, and at first he lived upon wild fruits. But the fairy, who was keeping a benevolent eye upon him, thought that it would never do to let him be half-starved in that way. So she took to feeding him with all sorts of good things while he was asleep, and the prince wondered very much that when he was awake, he never felt hungry. True to her plan, the fairy sent him various adventures to prove his courage, and he came successfully through them all. Only in his last fight with a furious monster rather like a tiger, he had the ill luck to lose his horse. However, nothing daunted, he struggled on foot, and at last reached a seaport. Here he found a boat sailing for the coast which he desired to reach, and having just enough money to pay his passage, he went on board, and they started. But after some days, a fearful storm came on, which completely wrecked the little ship, and the prince only saved his life by swimming a long way to the only land that was in sight, and which proved to be a desert island. Here he lived by fishing and hunting, always hoping that the good fairy would presently rescue him. One day, as he was looking sadly out to sea, he became aware of a curious-looking boat which was drifting slowly towards the shore, and which presently ran into a little creek and there stuck fast in the sand. Prince Mannikin rushed down eagerly to examine it, and saw with amazement that the masts and spars were all branched and covered thickly with leaves until it looked like a little wood. Thinking from the stillness that there could be no one on board, the prince pushed aside the branches and sprang over the side, and found himself surrounded by the crew, who lay motionless as dead men, and in a most deplorable condition. They, too, had become almost like trees, and were growing to the deck, or to the masts, or to the sides of the vessel, or to whatever they had happened to be touching when the enchantment fell upon them. Mannikin was struck with pity for their miserable plight, and set to work with might and main to release them. With the sharp point of one of his arrows, he gently detached their hands and feet from the wood which held them fast, and carried them on shore, one after another, where he rubbed their rigid limbs, and bathed them with infusions of various herbs, with such success that, after a few days, they recovered perfectly, and were as fit to manage a boat as ever. You may be sure that the good fairy Genesta had something to do with this marvelous cure, and she also put it into the prince's head to rub the boat itself with the same magic herbs, which cleared it entirely, and not before it was time, for, at the rate at which it was growing before, it would very soon have become a forest. The gratitude of the sailors was extreme, and they willingly promised to land the prince upon any coast he pleased. But when he questioned them about the extraordinary thing that had happened to them and to their ship, they could in no way explain it, except that they said that, as they were passing along a thickly wooded coast, a sudden gust of wind had reached them from the land, and enveloped them in a dense cloud of dust, after which everything in the boat that was not metal had sprouted and blossomed, as the prince had seen, and that they themselves had grown gradually numb and heavy, and had finally lost all consciousness. Prince Mannikin was deeply interested in this curious story, and collected a quantity of the dust from the bottom of the boat, which he carefully preserved, thinking that its strange property might one day stand him in good stead. Then they joyfully left the desert island, and after a long and prosperous voyage over calm seas, they at length came in sight of land, and resolved to go on shore, not only to take in a fresh stock of water and provisions, but also to find out, if possible, where they were, and in what direction to proceed. As they neared the coast, they wondered if this could be another uninhabited land, for no human beings could be distinguished, and yet that something was stirring became evident, for in the dust clouds that moved near the ground, small dark forms were dimly visible. These appeared to be assembling at the exact spot where they were preparing to run ashore, and what was their surprise to find they were nothing more nor less than large and beautiful spaniels, some mounted as sentries, others grouped in companies and regiments, all eagerly watching their disembarkation. When they found that Prince Mannikin, instead of saying, "Shoot them," as they had feared, said, "Hi, good dog," in a thoroughly friendly and ingratiating way, they crowded round him with a great wagging of tails and giving of paws, and very soon made him understand that they wanted him to leave his men with the boat and follow them. The prince was so curious to know more about them that he agreed willingly. So, after arranging with the sailors to wait for him 15 days, and then, if he had not come back, to go on their way without him, he set out with his new friends. Their way lay inland, and Mannikin noticed with great surprise that the fields were well cultivated, and that the carts and plows were drawn by horses or oxen, just as they might have been in any other country. And when they passed any village, the cottages were trim and pretty, and an air of prosperity was everywhere. At one of the villages, a dainty little repast was set before the prince, and while he was eating, a chariot was brought, drawn by 2 splendid horses, which were driven with great skill by a large spaniel. In this carriage he continued his journey very comfortably, passing many similar equipages upon the road, and being always most courteously saluted by the spaniels who occupied them. At last they drove rapidly into a large town, which Prince Mannikin had no doubt was the capital of the kingdom. News of his approach had evidently been received, for all the inhabitants were at their doors and windows, and all the little spaniels had climbed upon the wall and gates to see him arrive. The prince was delighted with the hearty welcome they gave him, and looked round him with the deepest interest. After passing through a few wide streets, well paved and adorned with avenues of fine trees, they drove into the courtyard of a grand palace, which was full of spaniels, who were evidently soldiers. "The king's bodyguard," thought the prince to himself as he returned their salutations. And then the carriage stopped, and he was shown into the presence of the king, who lay upon a rich Persian carpet, surrounded by several little spaniels, who were occupied in chasing away the flies, lest they should disturb his majesty. He was the most beautiful of all spaniels, with a look of sadness in his large eyes, which, however, quite disappeared as he sprang up to welcome Prince Mannikin with every demonstration of delight. After which he made a sign to his courtiers, who came one by one to pay their respects to the visitor. The prince thought that he would find himself puzzled as to how he should carry on a conversation, but as soon as he and the king were once more left alone, a secretary of state was sent for, who wrote from his majesty's dictation a most polite speech, in which he regretted much that they were unable to converse, except in writing, the language of dogs being difficult to understand. As for the writing, it had remained the same as the prince's own. Mannikin thereupon wrote a suitable reply, and then begged the king to satisfy his curiosity about all the strange things he had seen and heard since his landing. This appeared to awaken sad recollections in the king's mind, but he informed the prince that he was called King Bayard, and that a fairy, whose kingdom was next his own, had fallen violently in love with him, and had done all she could to persuade him to marry her, but that he could not do so as he himself was the devoted lover of the Queen of the Spice Islands. Finally, the fairy, furious at the indifference with which her love was treated, had reduced him to the state in which the prince found him, leaving him unchanged in mind, but deprived of the power of speech, and not content with wreaking her vengeance upon the king alone, she had condemned all his subjects to a similar fate, saying, "Bark, and run upon 4 feet, until the time comes when virtue shall be rewarded by love and fortune," which, as the poor king remarked, was very much the same thing as if she had said, "Remain a spaniel forever and ever." Prince Mannikin was quite of the same opinion. Nevertheless, he said what we should all have said in the same circumstances. "Your Majesty must have patience." He was indeed deeply sorry for poor King Bayard, and said all the consoling things he could think of, promising to aid him with all his might if there was anything to be done. In short, they became firm friends, and the king proudly displayed to Mannikin the portrait of the Queen of the Spice Islands, and he quite agreed that it was worth while to go through anything for the sake of a creature so lovely. Prince Mannikin, in his turn, told his own history and the great undertaking upon which he had set out, and King Bayard was able to give him some valuable instructions as to which would be the best way for him to proceed. And then they went together to the place where the boat had been left. The sailors were delighted to see the prince again, though they had known that he was safe, and when they had taken on board all the supplies which the king had sent for them, they started once more. The king and prince parted with much regret, and the former insisted that Mannikin should take with him one of his own pages, named Musta, who was charged to attend to him everywhere and serve him faithfully, which he promised to do. The wind being favorable, they were soon out of hearing of the general howl of regret from the whole army, which had been given by order of the king, as a great compliment, and it was not long before the land was entirely lost to view. They met with no further adventures worth speaking of, and presently found themselves within 2 leagues of the harbor for which they were making. The prince, however, thought it would suit him better to land where he was, so as to avoid the town, since he had no money left and was very doubtful as to what he should do next. So the sailors set him and Musta on shore, and then went back sorrowfully to their ship, while the prince and his attendant walked off in what looked to them the most promising direction. They soon reached a lovely green meadow on the border of a wood, which seemed to them so pleasant after their long voyage that they sat down to rest in the shade and amused themselves by watching the gambols and antics of a pretty tiny monkey in the trees close by. The prince presently became so fascinated by it that he sprang up and tried to catch it, but it eluded his grasp and kept just out of arm's reach until it had made him promise to follow wherever it led him. And then it sprang upon his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "We have no money, my poor Mannikin, and we are altogether badly off, and at a loss to know what to do next." "Yes, indeed," answered the prince ruefully, "and I have nothing to give you, no sugar or biscuits, or anything that you like, my pretty one." "Since you are so thoughtful for me, and so patient about your own affairs," said the little monkey, "I will show you the way to the Golden Rock. Only you must leave Musta to wait for you here." Prince Mannikin agreed willingly, and then the little monkey sprang from his shoulder to the nearest tree and began to run through the wood from branch to branch, crying, "Follow me." This the prince did not find quite so easy, but the little monkey waited for him and showed him the easiest places, until presently the wood grew thinner, and they came out into a little clear, grassy space at the foot of a mountain, in the midst of which stood a single rock about 10 feet high. When they were quite close to it, the little monkey said, "This stone looks pretty hard, but give it a blow with your spear, and let us see what will happen." So the prince took his spear and gave the rock a vigorous dig, which split off several pieces and showed that, though the surface was thinly coated with stone, inside it was one solid mass of pure gold. Thereupon the little monkey said, laughing at his astonishment, "I make you a present of what you have broken off. Take as much of it as you think proper." The prince thanked her gratefully and picked up one of the smallest of the lumps of gold. As he did so, the little monkey was suddenly transformed into a tall and gracious lady who said to him, "If you are always as kind and persevering and easily contented as you are now, you may hope to accomplish the most difficult tasks. Go on your way, and have no fear that you will be troubled any more for lack of gold, for that little piece which you modestly chose shall never grow less. Use it as much as you will, but that you may see the danger you have escaped by your moderation, come with me." So saying, she led him back into the wood by a different path, and he saw that it was full of men and women. Their faces were pale and haggard, and they ran hither and thither, seeking madly upon the ground or in the air, starting at every sound, pushing and trampling upon one another in their frantic eagerness to find the way to the golden rock. "You see how they toil," said the fairy, "but it is all of no avail. They will end by dying of despair, as hundreds have done before them." As soon as they had got back to the place where they had left Musta, the fairy disappeared, and the prince and his faithful squire, who had greeted him with every demonstration of joy, took the nearest way to the city. Here they stayed several days, while the prince provided himself with horses and attendants, and made many inquiries about the Princess Sabella and the way to her kingdom, which was still so far away that he could hear but little, and that of the vaguest description. But when he presently reached Mount Caucasus, it was quite a different matter. Here they seemed to talk of nothing but the Princess Sabella, and strangers from all parts of the world were traveling towards her father's court. The prince heard plenty of assurances as to her beauty and her riches, but he also heard of the immense number of his rivals and their power. One brought an army at his back, another had vast treasures, a third was as handsome and accomplished as it was possible to be, while, as to poor Mannikin, he had nothing but his determination to succeed, his faithful spaniel, and his ridiculous name, which last was hardly likely to help him, but as he could not alter it, he wisely determined not to think of it any more. After journeying for 2 whole months, they came at last to Trelintin, the capital of the Princess Sabella's kingdom, and here he heard dismal stories about the ice mountain, and how none of those who had attempted to climb it had ever come back. He heard also the story of King Farda Kinbras, Sabella's father. It appeared that he, being a rich and powerful monarch, had married a lovely princess named Burbantine, and they were as happy as the day was long, so happy that as they were out sledging one day, they were foolish enough to defy fate to spoil their happiness. "We shall see about that," grumbled an old hag, who sat by the wayside blowing her fingers to keep them warm. The king thereupon was very angry, and wanted to punish the woman, but the queen prevented him, saying, "Alas, sire, do not let us make bad worse. No doubt this is a fairy." "You are right there," said the old woman, and immediately she stood up, and as they gazed at her in horror, she grew gigantic and terrible. Her staff turned to a fiery dragon with outstretched wings, her ragged cloak to a golden mantle, and her wooden shoes to 2 bundles of rockets. "You are right there, and you will see what will come of your fine goings-on, and remember the fairy Gorgonzola." So saying, she mounted the dragon and flew off, the rockets shooting in all directions and leaving long trails of sparks. In vain did Farda Kinbras and Berbantine beg her to return, and endeavor by their humble apologies to pacify her. She never so much as looked at them, and was very soon out of sight, leaving them a prey to all kinds of dismal forebodings. Very soon after this, the queen had a little daughter, who was the most beautiful creature ever seen. All the fairies of the north were invited to her christening, and warned against the malicious Gorgonzola. She also was invited, but she neither came to the banquet nor received her present. But as soon as all the others were seated at table, after bestowing their gifts upon the little princess, she stole into the palace, disguised as a black cat, and hid herself under the cradle, until the nurses and the cradle rockers had all turned their backs, and then she sprang out, and in an instant had stolen the little princess's heart, and made her escape, only being chased by a few dogs and scullions on her way across the courtyard. Once outside, she mounted her chariot and flew straight away to the North Pole, where she shut up her stolen treasure on the summit of the ice mountain, and surrounded it with so many difficulties that she felt quite easy about its remaining there as long as the princess lived. And then she went home, chuckling at her success. As to the other fairies, they went home after the banquet without discovering that anything was amiss, and so the king and queen were quite happy. Sabella grew prettier day by day. She learnt everything a princess ought to know without the slightest trouble, and yet something always seemed lacking to make her perfectly charming. She had an exquisite voice, but whether her songs were grave or gay, it did not matter. She did not seem to know what they meant, and everyone who heard her said, "She certainly sings perfectly, but there is no tenderness, no heart in her voice." Poor Sabella! How could there be when her heart was far away on the ice mountains? And it was just the same with all the other things that she did. As time went on, in spite of the admiration of the whole court and the blind fondness of the king and queen, it became more and more evident that something was fatally wrong. For those who love, no one cannot long be loved. And at last the king called a general assembly and invited the fairies to attend, that they might, if possible, find out what was the matter. After explaining their grief as well as he could, he ended by begging them to see the princess for themselves. "It is certain," said he, "that something is wrong. What it is, I don't know how to tell you, but in some way your work is imperfect." They all assured him that, so far as they knew, everything had been done for the princess, and they had forgotten nothing that they could bestow on so good a neighbor as the king had been to them. After this, they went to see Sabella, but they had no sooner entered her presence than they cried out with one accord, "Oh, horror! She has no heart!" On hearing this frightful announcement, the king and queen gave a cry of despair and entreated the fairies to find some remedy for such an unheard-of misfortune. Thereupon, the eldest fairy consulted her book of magic, which she always carried about with her, hung to her girdle by a thick silver chain. And there she found out at once that it was Gorgonzola who had stolen the princess's heart, and also discovered what the wicked old fairy had done with it. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" cried the king and queen in one breath. "You must certainly suffer much annoyance from seeing and loving Sabella, who is nothing but a beautiful image," replied the fairy. and this must go on for a long time. But I think I see that in the end, she will once more regain her heart. My advice is that you shall at once cause her portrait to be sent all over the world, and promise her hand and all her possessions to the prince who is successful in reaching her heart. Her beauty alone is sufficient to engage all the princes of the world in the quest." This was accordingly done, and Prince Mannikin heard that already 500 princes had perished in the snow and ice, not to mention their squires and pages, and that more continued to arrive daily, eager to try their fortune. After some consideration, he determined to present himself at court, but his arrival made no stir, as his retinue was as inconsiderable as his stature, and the splendor of his rivals was great enough to throw even Farda Kinbras himself into the shade. However, he paid his respects to the king very gracefully, and asked permission to kiss the hand of the princess in the usual manner. But when he said he was called Mannikin, the king could hardly repress a smile, and the princes who stood by openly shouted with laughter. Turning to the king, Prince Mannikin said with great dignity, "Pray laugh, if it pleases your majesty. I am glad that it is in my power to afford you any amusement. But I am not a plaything for these gentlemen, and I must beg them to dismiss any ideas of that kind from their minds at once." And with that he turned upon the one who had laughed the loudest, and proudly challenged him to a single combat. This prince, who was called Fadas, accepted the challenge very scornfully, mocking at Mannikin, whom he felt sure had no chance against himself, but the meeting was arranged for the next day. When Prince Mannikin quitted the king's presence, he was conducted to the audience hall of the Princess Sabella. The sight of so much beauty and magnificence almost took his breath away for an instant, but, recovering himself with an effort, he said, "Lovely princess, irresistibly drawn by the beauty of your portrait, I come from the other end of the world to offer my services to you. My devotion knows no bounds, but my absurd name has already involved me in a quarrel with one of your courtiers. Tomorrow, I am to fight this ugly, overgrown prince, and I beg you to honor the combat with your presence, and prove to the world that there is nothing in a name, and that you deign to accept Mannikin as your knight." When it came to this, the princess could not help being amused, for though she had no heart, she was not without humor. However, she answered graciously that she accepted with pleasure, which encouraged the prince to entreat further that she would not show any favor to his adversary. "Alas," said she, "I favor none of these foolish people who weary me with their sentiment and their folly. I do very well as I am, and yet from one year's end to another they talk of nothing but delivering me from some imaginary affliction. Not a word do I understand of all their pratings about love, and who knows what dull things besides, which, I declare to you, I cannot even remember." Mannikin was quick enough to gather from this speech that to amuse and interest the princess would be a far surer way of gaining her favor than to add himself to the list of those who continually teased her about that mysterious thing called love, which she was so incapable of comprehending. So he began to talk of his rivals, and found in each of them something to make merry over, in which diversion the princess joined him heartily, and so well did he succeed in his attempt to amuse her that before very long she declared that of all the people at court, he was the one to whom she preferred to talk. The following day, at the time appointed for the combat, When the king, the queen, and the princess had taken their places, and the whole court and the whole town were assembled to see the show, Prince Fadas rode into the lists magnificently armed and accoutred, followed by 24 squires and 100 men-at-arms, each one leading a splendid horse, while Prince Mannikin entered from the other side armed only with his spear and followed by the faithful Musta. The contrast between the two champions was so great that there was a shout of laughter from the whole assembly. But when at the sounding of a trumpet, the combatants rushed upon each other, and Mannikin, eluding the blow aimed at him, succeeded in thrusting Prince Fadas from his horse and pinning him to the sand with his spear, it changed to a murmur of admiration. So soon as he had him at his mercy, however, Mannikin, turning to the princess, assured her that he had no desire to kill anyone who called himself her courtier, and then he bade the furious and humiliated Fadas rise and thank the princess to whom he owed his life. Then, amid the sounding of the trumpets and the shoutings of the people, he and Musta retired gravely from the lists. The king soon sent for him to congratulate him upon his success, and to offer him a lodging in the palace, which he joyfully accepted. While the princess expressed a wish to have Musta brought to her, and when the prince sent for him, she was so delighted with his courtly manners and his marvelous intelligence that she entreated Mannikin to give him to her for her own. The prince consented with alacrity, not only out of politeness, but because he foresaw that to have a faithful friend always near the princess might someday be of great service to him. All these events made Prince Mannikin a person of much more consequence at the court. Very soon after, there arrived upon the frontier the ambassador of a very powerful king, who sent to Farda Kinbras the following letter, at the same time demanding permission to enter the capital in state to receive the answer. I, Brandatimor, to Farda Kinbras send greeting. If I had before this time seen the portrait of your beautiful daughter Sabella, I should not have permitted all these adventurers and petty princes to be dancing attendants and getting themselves frozen with the absurd idea of meriting her hand. For myself, I am not afraid of any rivals, and now I have declared my intention of marrying your daughter. No doubt they will at once withdraw their pretensions. My ambassador has orders, therefore, to make arrangements for the princess to come and be married to me without delay, for I attach no importance at all to the farrago of nonsense which you have caused to be published all over the world about this ice mountain. If the princess really has no heart, be assured that I shall not concern myself about it, since, if anybody can help her to discover one, it is myself, my worthy father-in-law. Farewell. The reading of this letter embarrassed and displeased Farda Kinbras and Burbantine immensely, while the princess was furious at the insolence of the demand. They all three resolved that its contents must be kept a profound secret until they could decide what reply should be sent. But Musta contrived to send word of all that had passed to Prince Mannikin. He was naturally alarmed and indignant, and after thinking it over a little, he begged an audience of the princess, and led the conversation so cunningly up to the subject that was uppermost in her thoughts, as well as his own, that she presently told him all about the matter, and asked his advice as to what it would be best to do. This was exactly what he had not been able to decide for himself. However, he replied that he should advise her to gain a little time by promising her answer after the grand entry of the ambassador. And this was accordingly done. The ambassador did not at all like being put off after that fashion, But he was obliged to be content, and only said very arrogantly that so soon as his equipages arrived, as he expected they would do very shortly, he would give all the people of the city and the stranger princes with whom it was inundated an idea of the power and the magnificence of his master. Mannikin, in despair, resolved that he would for once beg the assistance of the kind fairy Genesta. He often thought of her, and always with gratitude, but from the moment of his setting out, he had determined to seek her aid only on the greatest occasions. That very night, when he had fallen asleep, quite worn out with thinking over all the difficulties of the situation, he dreamed that the fairy stood beside him and said, "Mannikin, you have done very well so far. Continue to please me, and you shall always find good friends when you need them most. As for this affair with the ambassador, you can assure Sabella that she may look forward tranquilly to his triumphal entry, since it will all turn out well for her in the end." The prince tried to throw himself at her feet to thank her, but woke to find it was all a dream. Nevertheless, he took fresh courage and went next day to see the princess, to whom he gave many mysterious assurances that all would yet be well. He even went so far as to ask her if she would not be very grateful to anyone who would rid her of the insolent Brandatimor, to which she replied that her gratitude would know no bounds. Then he wanted to know what would be her best wish for the person who was lucky enough to accomplish it, to which she said that she would wish them to be as insensible to the folly called love as she was herself. This was indeed a crushing speech to make to such a devoted lover as Prince Mannikin, but he concealed the pain it caused him with great courage. And now the ambassador sent to say that on the very next day he would come in state to receive his answer. And from the earliest dawn the inhabitants were astir to secure the best places for the grand sight. But the good fairy Genesta was providing them an amount of amusement they were far from expecting, for she so enchanted the eyes of all the spectators that when the ambassador's gorgeous procession appeared, the splendid uniforms seemed to them miserable rags that a beggar would have been ashamed to wear. The prancing horses appeared as wretched skeletons, hardly able to drag one leg after the other, while their trappings, which really sparkled with gold and jewels, looked like old sheepskins that would not have been good enough for a plow horse. The pages resembled the ugliest sweeps. The trumpets gave no more sound than whistles made of onion stalks or combs wrapped in paper, while the train of 50 carriages looked no better than 50 donkey carts. In the last of these sat the ambassador with the haughty and scornful air which he considered becoming in the representative of so powerful a monarch. For this was the crowning point of the absurdity of the whole procession, that all who took part in it wore the expression of vanity and self-satisfaction and pride in their own appearance and all their surroundings, which they believed their splendor amply justified. The laughter and howls of derision from the whole crowd rose ever louder and louder as the extraordinary cortege advanced, and at last reached the ears of the king as he waited in the audience hall. And before the procession reached the palace, he had been informed of its nature, and supposing that it must be intended as an insult, he ordered the gates to be closed. You may imagine the fury of the ambassador when, after all his pomp and pride, the king absolutely and unaccountably refused to receive him. He raved wildly both against king and people, and the cortege retired in great confusion, jeered at and pelted with stones and mud by the enraged crowd. It is needless to say that he left the country as fast as horses could carry him, but not before he had declared war, with the most terrible menaces, threatening to devastate the country with fire and sword. Some days after this disastrous embassy, King Bayard sent couriers to Prince Mannikin with a most friendly letter, offering his services in any difficulty, and inquiring with the deepest interest how he fared. Mannikin at once replied, relating all that had happened since they parted, not forgetting to mention the event which had just involved Farda Kinbras and Brandatimor in this deadly quarrel. And he ended by entreating his faithful friend to dispatch a few thousands of his veteran spaniels to his assistance. Neither the king, the queen, nor the princess could in the least understand the amazing conduct of Brandatimor's ambassador. Nevertheless, the preparations for the war went forward briskly, and all the princes who had not gone on towards the ice mountain offered their services, at the same time demanding all the best appointments in the king's army. Mannikin was one of the first to volunteer, but he only asked to go as aide-de-camp to the commander-in-chief, who was a gallant soldier and celebrated for his victories. As soon as the army could be got together, it was marched to the frontier, where it met the opposing force headed by Brandatimor himself, who was full of fury, determined to avenge the insult to his ambassador and to possess himself of the Princess Sabella. All the army of Farda Kinbras could do, being so heavily outnumbered, was to act upon the defensive, and before long Mannikin won the esteem of the officers for his ability, and of the soldiers for his courage and care for their welfare, and in all the skirmishes which he conducted, he had the good fortune to vanquish the enemy. At last, Brandatimor engaged the whole army in a terrific conflict, and though the troops of Farda Kinbras fought with desperate courage, their general was killed, and they were defeated and forced to retreat with immense loss. Mannikin did wonders, and 6 times turned the retreating forces and beat back the enemy, and he afterwards collected troops enough to keep them in check until the severe winter setting in put an end to hostilities for a while. He then returned to the court, where consternation reigned. The king was in despair at the death of his trusty general, and ended by imploring Mannikin to take the command of the army, and his counsel was followed in all the affairs of the court. He followed up his former plan of amusing the princess, and on no account reminding her of that tedious thing called love, so that she was always glad to see him, and the winter slipped by gaily for both of them. The prince was all the while secretly making plans for the next campaign. He received private intelligence of the arrival of a strong reinforcement of spaniels, to whom he sent orders to post themselves along the frontier without attracting attention, and as soon as he possibly could, he held a consultation with their commander, who was an old and experienced warrior. Following his advice, he decided to have a pitched battle as soon as the enemy advanced, and this Brandatimor lost not a moment in doing, as he was perfectly persuaded that he was now going to make an end of the war and utterly vanquish Farda Kinbra. But no sooner had he given the order to charge than the Spaniels, who had mingled with his troops unperceived, leaped each upon the horse nearest to him, and not only threw the whole squadron into confusion by the terror they caused, but, springing at the throats of the riders, unhorsed many of them by the suddenness of their attack. Then, turning the horses to the rear, they spread consternation everywhere and made it easy for Prince Mannikin to gain a complete victory. He met Brandatimor in single combat, and succeeded in taking him prisoner. But he did not live to reach the court to which Mannequin had sent him. His pride killed him at the thought of appearing before Sabella under these altered circumstances. In the meantime, Prince Fadas and all the others who had remained behind were setting out with all speed for the conquest of the Ice Mountain, being afraid that Prince Mannequin might prove as successful in that as he seemed to be in everything else, and when Mannequin returned he heard of it with great annoyance. True, he had been serving the princess, but she only admired and praised him for his gallant deeds, and seemed no whit nearer bestowing on him the love he so ardently desired, and all the comfort Musta could give him on the subject was that at least she loved no one else, and with that he had to content himself. But he determined that, come what might, he would delay no longer, but attempt the great undertaking for which he had come so far. When he went to take leave of the king and queen, they entreated him not to go, as they had just heard that Prince Fadas and all who accompanied him had perished in the snow. But he persisted in his resolve. As for Sabella, she gave him her hand to kiss with precisely the same gracious indifference as she had given it to him the first time they met. It happened that this farewell took place before the whole court, and so great a favorite had Prince Mannequin become that they were all indignant at the coldness with which the princess treated him. Finally, the king said to him, "Prince, you have constantly refilled all the gifts which, in my gratitude for your invaluable services, I have offered to you. But I wish the princess to present you with her cloak of marten's fur, and that I hope you will not reject." Now this was a splendid fur mantle, which the princess was very fond of wearing, not so much because she felt cold, as that its richness set off to perfection the delicate tints of her complexion and the brilliant gold of her hair. However, she took it off, and with graceful politeness begged Prince Mannequin to accept it, which you may be sure he was charmed to do. And taking only this and a little bundle of all kinds of wood, and accompanied only by 2 spaniels out of the 50 who had stayed with him when the war was ended, he set forth, receiving many tokens of love and favor from the people in every town he passed through. At the last little village he left his horse behind him, to begin his toilful march through the snow, which extended blank and terrible in every direction as far as the eye could see. Here he had appointed to meet the other 48 spaniels, who received him joyfully and assured him that, happen what might, they would follow and serve him faithfully. And so they started, full of heart and hope. At first there was a slight track, difficult, but not impossible to follow. But this was soon lost, and the pole star was their only guide. When the time came to call a halt, the prince, who had after much consideration decided on his plan of action, caused a few twigs from the faggot he had brought with him to be planted in the snow, and then he sprinkled over them a pinch of the magic powder he had collected from the enchanted boat. To his great joy, they instantly began to sprout and grow, and in a marvelously short time, the camp was surrounded by a perfect grove of trees of all sorts, which blossomed and bore ripe fruit, so that all their wants were easily supplied, and they were able to make huge fires to warm themselves. The prince then sent out several spaniels to reconnoiter, and they had the good luck to discover a horse laden with provisions stuck fast in the snow. They at once fetched their comrades and brought the spoil triumphantly into the camp, and, as it consisted principally of biscuits, not a spaniel among them went supperless to sleep. In this way they journeyed by day and encamped safely at night, always remembering to take on a few branches to provide them with food and shelter. They passed by the way armies of those who had set out upon the perilous enterprise, who stood frozen stiffly, without sense or motion, but Prince Mannikin strictly forbade that any attempt should be made to thaw them. So they went on and on for more than 3 months, and day by day the ice mountain, which they had seen for a long time, grew clearer, until at last they stood close to it and shuddered at its height and steepness. But by patience and perseverance, they crept up foot by foot, aided by their fires of magic wood, without which they must have perished in the intense cold, until presently they stood at the gates of the magnificent ice palace which crowned the mountain, where, in deadly silence and icy sleep, lay the heart of Sabella. Now the difficulty became immense, for if they maintained enough heat to keep themselves alive, they were in danger every moment of melting the blocks of solid ice, of which the palace was entirely built, and bringing the whole structure down upon their heads. But cautiously and quickly they traversed courtyards and halls, until they found themselves at the foot of a vast throne, where, upon a cushion of snow, lay an enormous and brilliantly sparkling diamond, which contained the heart of the lovely Princess Sabella. Upon the lowest step of the throne was inscribed in icy letters, "Whosoever thou art, who by courage and virtue canst win the heart of Sabella, enjoy peacefully the good fortune which thou hast richly deserved." Prince Mannikin bounded forward, and had just strength left to grasp the precious diamond, which contained all he coveted in the world, before he fell insensible upon the snowy cushion. But his good spaniels lost no time in rushing to the rescue, and between them they bore him hastily from the hall, and not a moment too soon, for all around them they heard the clang of the falling blocks of ice as the fairy palace slowly collapsed under the unwonted heat. Not until they reached the foot of the mountain did they pause to restore the prince to consciousness, and then his joy to find himself, the possessor of Sabella's heart, knew no bounds. With all speed, they began to retrace their steps, but this time the happy prince could not bear the sight of his defeated and disappointed rivals, whose frozen forms lined his triumphant way. He gave orders to his spaniels to spare no pains to restore them to life, and so successful were they that day by day his train increased, so that by the time he got back to the little village where he had left his horse, he was escorted by 500 sovereign princes, and knights and squires without number, and he was so courteous and unassuming that they all followed him willingly, anxious to do him honor. But then he was so happy and blissful himself that he found it easy to be at peace with all the world. It was not long before he met the faithful Musta, who was coming at the top of his speed, hoping to meet the prince, that he might tell him of the sudden and wonderful change that had come over the princess, who had become gentle and thoughtful, and had talked to him of nothing but Prince Mannikin, of the hardships she feared he might be suffering, and of her anxiety for him, and all this with 100 fonder expressions, which put the finishing stroke to the prince's delight. Then came a courier bearing the congratulations of the king and queen, who had just heard of his successful return, and there was even a graceful compliment from Sabella herself. The prince sent Musta back to her, and he was welcomed with joy. For was he not her lover's present? At last the travelers reached the capital, and were received with regal magnificence. Farda Kinbras and Berbantine embraced Prince Mannikin, declaring that they regarded him as their heir and the future husband of the princess, to which he replied that they did him too much honor. And then he was admitted into the presence of the princess, who, for the first time in her life, blushed as he kissed her hand and could not find a word to say. But the prince, throwing himself on his knees beside her, held out the splendid diamond, saying, "Madam, this treasure is yours, since none of the dangers and difficulties I have gone through have been sufficient to make me deserve it." "Ah, Prince," said she, "if I take it, it is only that I may give it back to you, since truly it belongs to you already." At this moment in came the king and queen and interrupted them by asking all the questions imaginable, and not infrequently the same, over and over again. It seems that there is always one thing that is sure to be said about an event by everybody, and Prince Mannikin found that the question which he was asked by more than 1,000 people on this particular occasion was, "And didn't you find it very cold?" The king had come to request Prince Mannikin and the princess to follow him to the council chamber, which they did, not knowing that he meant to present the prince to all the nobles assembled there as his son-in-law and successor. But when Mannikin perceived his intention, he begged permission to speak first and told his whole story, even to the fact that he believed himself to be a peasant's son. Scarcely had he finished speaking when the sky grew black, the thunder growled, and the lightning flashed, and in the blaze of light the good fairy Genesta suddenly appeared. Turning to Prince Mannikin, she said, "I am satisfied with you, since you have shown not only courage, but a good heart." Then she addressed King Farda Kinbras and informed him of the real history of the prince and how she had determined to give him the education she knew would be best for a man who was to command others. "You have already found the advantage of having a faithful friend," she added to the prince, "and now you will have the pleasure of seeing King Bayard and his subjects regain their natural forms as a reward for his kindness to you." Just then arrived a chariot drawn by eagles, which proved to contain the foolish king and queen, who embraced their long-lost son with great joy, and were greatly struck with the fact that they did indeed find him covered with fur. While they were caressing Sabella and wringing her hands, which is a favorite form of endearment with foolish people, chariots were seen approaching from all points of the compass, containing numbers of fairies. "Sire," said Genesta to Farda Kinbras, "I have taken the liberty of appointing your court as a meeting place for all the fairies who could spare the time to come, and I hope you can arrange to hold the great ball, which we have once in 100 years, on this occasion." The king, having suitably acknowledged the honor done him, was next reconciled to Gorgonzola, and they two presently opened the ball together. The fairy Marcentine restored their natural forms to King Bayard and all his subjects, and he appeared once more as handsome a king as you could wish to see. One of the fairies immediately dispatched her chariot for the Queen of the Spice Islands, and their wedding took place at the same time as that of Prince Mannikin and the lovely and gracious Sabella. They lived happily ever afterwards, and their vast kingdoms were presently divided between their children. The prince, out of grateful remembrance of the Princess Sabella's first gift to him, bestowed the right of bearing her name upon the most beautiful of the martens, and that is why they are called sables to this day. Comte de Caylus. The snuff box. As often happens in this world, There was once a young man who spent all his time in traveling. One day, as he was walking along, he picked up a snuff box. He opened it, and the snuff box said to him in the Spanish language, "What do you want?" He was very much frightened, but luckily, instead of throwing the box away, he only shut it tight and put it in his pocket. Then he went on, away, away, away. And as he went, he said to himself, "If it says to me again, 'What do you want?' I shall know better what to say this time." So he took out the snuff box and opened it, and again it asked, "What do you want?" "My hat full of gold," answered the youth, and immediately it was full. Our young man was enchanted. Henceforth he should never be in need of anything. So on he traveled, away, 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 through thick forests, till at last he came to a beautiful castle. In the castle there lived a king. The young man walked round and round the castle, not caring who saw him, till the king noticed him and asked what he was doing there. "I was just looking at your castle. You would like to have one like it, wouldn't you?" The young man did not reply, but when it grew dark, he took his snuff box and opened the lid. "What do you want?" "Build me a castle with laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and the furniture all of silver and gold." He had scarcely finished speaking when there stood in front of him, exactly opposite the king's palace, a castle built precisely as he had ordered. When the king awoke, he was struck dumb at the sight of the magnificent house shining in the rays of the sun. The servants could not do their work for stopping to stare at it. Then the king dressed himself and went to see the young man, and he told him plainly that he was a very powerful prince, and that he hoped that they might all live together in one house or the other, and that the king would give him his daughter to wife. So it all turned out just as the king wished. The young man married the princess, and they lived happily in the palace of gold. But the king's wife was jealous both of the young man and of her own daughter. The princess had told her mother about the snuff box, which gave them everything they wanted, and the queen bribed a servant to steal the snuff box. They noticed carefully where it was put away every night, and one evening, when the whole world was asleep, the woman stole it and brought it to her old mistress. Oh, how happy the queen was! She opened the lid, and the snuff box said to her, "What do you want?" And she answered at once, "I want you to take me and my husband and my servants and this beautiful house and set us down on the other side of the Red Sea, but my daughter and her husband are to stay behind." When the young couple woke up, they found themselves back in the old castle without their snuff box. They hunted for it high and low, but quite vainly. The young man felt that no time was to be lost, and he mounted his horse and filled his pockets with as much gold as he could carry. On he went, away, 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 but he sought the snuff box in vain, all up and down the neighboring countries, and very soon he came to the end of all his money. But still, he went on, as fast as the strength of his horse would let him, begging his way. Someone told him that he ought to consult the moon, for the moon traveled far and might be able to tell him something. So he went away, 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 and ended somehow or other by reaching the land of the moon. There he found a little old woman who said to him, "What are you doing here? My son eats all living things he sees, and if you are wise, you will go away without coming any further." But the young man told her all his sad tale, and how he possessed a wonderful snuff box, and how it had been stolen from him, and how he had nothing left. now that he was parted from his wife and was in need of everything. And he said that perhaps her son, who traveled so far, might have seen a palace with laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and furnished all in silver and gold. As he spoke these last words, the moon came in and said he smelt mortal flesh and blood. But his mother told him that it was an unhappy man who had lost everything and had come all this way to consult him, and bade the young man not to be afraid, but to come forward and show himself. So he went boldly up to the moon and asked if by any accident he had seen a palace with the laths of gold and the tiles of diamond and all the furniture of silver and gold. Once this house belonged to him, but now it was stolen. And the moon said no, but that the sun traveled farther than he did, and that the young man had better go and ask him. So the young man departed, and went away, away, as well as his horse would take him, begging his living as he rode along, and somehow or other at last he got to the land of the sun. There he found a little old woman, who asked him, "What are you doing here? Go away. Have you not heard that my son feeds upon Christians?" But he said no, and that he would not go, for he was so miserable that it was all one to him whether he died or not, that he had lost everything, and especially a splendid palace like none other in the whole world, for it had laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and all the furniture was of silver and gold, and that he had sought it far and long, and in all the earth there was no man more unhappy. So the old woman's heart melted, and she agreed to hide him. When the sun arrived, he declared that he smelt Christian flesh, and he meant to have it for his dinner. But his mother told him such a pitiful story of the miserable wretch who had lost everything and had come from far to ask his help, that at last he promised to see him. So the young man came out from his hiding place and begged the sun to tell him if in the course of his travels he had not seen somewhere a palace that had not its like in the whole world, for its laths were of gold and its tiles of diamond, and all the furniture in silver and gold. And the sun said no, but that perhaps the wind had seen it, for he entered everywhere and saw things that no one else ever saw. And if anyone knew where it was certainly the wind. Then the poor young man again set forth, as well as his horse could take him, begging his living as he went, and somehow or other he ended by reaching the home of the wind. He found there a little old woman, busily occupied in filling great barrels with water. She asked him what had put it into his head to come there, for her son ate everything he saw, and that he would shortly arrive quite mad, and that the young man had better look out. But he answered that he was so unhappy that he had ceased to mind anything, even being eaten. And then he told her that he had been robbed of a palace that had not its equal in all the world, and of all that was in it, and that he had even left his wife, and was wandering over the world until he found it, and that it was the sun who had sent him to consult the wind. So she hid him under the staircase, and soon they heard the south wind arrive, shaking the house to its foundations. Thirsty as he was, he did not wait to drink, but he told his mother that he smelt the blood of a Christian man, and that she had better bring him out at once and make him ready to be eaten. But she bade her son eat and drink what was before him, and said that the poor young man was much to be pitied, and that the sun had granted him his life in order that he might consult the wind. Then she brought out the young man, who explained how he was seeking for his palace, and that no man had been able to tell him where it was, so he had come to the wind. and he added that he had been shamefully robbed, and that the laths were of gold, and the tiles of diamond, and all the furniture in silver and gold. And he inquired if the wind had not seen such a palace during his wanderings. And the wind said yes, and that all that day he had been blowing backwards and forwards over it without being able to move one single tile. "Oh, do tell me where it is," cried the Yew-man. "It is a long way off," replied the wind, "on the other side of the Red Sea." But our traveler was not discouraged. He had already journeyed too far, so he set forth at once, and somehow or other he managed to reach that distant land. And he inquired if anyone wanted a gardener. He was told that the head gardener at the castle had just left, and perhaps he might have a chance of getting the place. The young man lost no time, but walked up to the castle and asked if they were in want of a gardener, and how happy he was when they agreed to take him. Now he passed most of his day in gossiping with the servants about the wealth of their masters and the wonderful things in the house. He made friends with one of the maids, who told him the history of the snuff-box, and he coaxed her to let him see it. One evening she managed to get hold of it, and the young man watched carefully where she hid it away, in a secret place in the bedchamber of her mistress. The following night, when everyone was fast asleep, he crept in and took the snuff-box. Think of his joy as he opened the lid. When it asked him, as of yore, "What do you want?" he replied, "What do I want? What do I want? Why, I want to go with my palace to the old place, and for the king and the queen and all their servants to be drowned in the Red Sea." He hardly finished speaking when he found himself back again with his wife, while all the other inhabitants of the palace were lying at the bottom of the Red Sea. Sebilot. Oh. The Golden Blackbird. Once upon a time, there was a great lord who had 3 sons. He fell very ill, sent for doctors of every kind, even bone-setters. But they, none of them, could find out what was the matter with him, or even give him any relief. At last there came a foreign doctor, who declared that the golden blackbird alone could cure the sick man. So the old lord dispatched his eldest son to look for the wonderful bird, and promised him great riches if he managed to find it and bring it back. The young man began his journey, and soon arrived at a place where 4 roads met. He did not know which to choose, and tossed his cap in the air, determining that the direction of its fall should decide him. After traveling for 2 or 3 days, he grew tired of walking without knowing where or for how long, and he stopped at an inn which was filled with merrymakers and ordered something to eat and drink. "My faith," said he, "it is sheer folly to waste more time hunting for this bird. My father is old, and if he dies, I shall inherit his goods." The old man, after waiting patiently for some time, sent his second son to seek the golden blackbird. The youth took the same direction as his brother, and when he came to the crossroads, he too tossed up which road he should take. The cap fell in the same place as before, and he walked on till he came to the spot where his brother had halted. The latter, who was leaning out of the window of the inn, called to him to stay where he was and amuse himself. "You are right," replied the youth. "Who knows if I should ever find the golden blackbird, even if I sought the whole world through for it. At the worst, if the old man dies, we shall have his property." He entered the inn, and the 2 brothers made merry and feasted, till very soon their money was all spent. They even owed something to their landlord, who kept them as hostages till they could pay their debts. The youngest son set forth in his turn, and he arrived at the place where his brothers were still prisoners. They called to him to stop, and did all they could to prevent his going further. "No," he replied, "my father trusted me, and I will go all over the world till I find the golden blackbird." "Bah," said his brothers, "you will never succeed any better than we did. Let him die if he wants to. We will divide the property." As he went his way, he met a little hare, who stopped to look at him and asked, "Where are you going, my friend?" "I really don't quite know," answered he. "My father is ill, and he cannot be cured unless I bring him back the golden blackbird. It is a long time since I set out, but no one can tell me where to find it." "Ah," said the hare, "you have a long way to go yet. You will have to walk at least 700 miles before you get to it." "And how am I to travel such a distance?" "Mount on my back," said the little hare, "and I will conduct you." The young man obeyed. At each bound, the little hare went 7 miles, and it was not long before they reached a castle that was as large and beautiful as a castle could be. "The golden blackbird is in a little cabin nearby," said the little hare, "and you will easily find it. It lives in a little cage, with another cage beside it made all of gold. But whatever you do, be sure not to put it in the beautiful cage, or everybody in the castle will know that you have stolen it." The youth found the golden blackbird standing on a wooden perch, but as stiff and rigid as if he was dead. And beside the beautiful cage was the cage of gold. "Perhaps he would revive if I were to put him in that lovely cage," thought the youth. The moment that Golden Bird had touched the bars of the splendid cage, he awoke and began to whistle, so that all the servants of the castle ran to see what was the matter, saying that he was a thief and must be put in prison. "No," he answered, "I am not a thief. If I have taken the golden blackbird, it is only that it may cure my father, who is ill, and I have traveled more than 700 miles in order to find it." "Well," they replied, "we will let you go, and will even give you the golden bird, if you are able to bring us the porcelain maiden." The youth departed, weeping, and met the little hare, who was munching wild thyme. "What are you crying for, my friend?" asked the hare. "It is because," he answered, "the castle people will not allow me to carry off the golden blackbird without giving them the porcelain maiden in exchange." "You have not followed my advice," said the little hare, "and you have put the golden bird into the fine cage." "Alas, yes! Don't despair. The porcelain maiden is a young girl, beautiful as Venus, who dwells 200 miles from here. Jump on my back, and I will take you there." The little hare, who took 7 miles in a stride, was there in no time at all, and he stopped on the borders of a lake. "The porcelain maiden," said the hare to the youth, "will come here to bathe with her friends, while I just eat a mouthful of thyme to refresh me. When she is in the lake, be sure you hide her clothes, which are of dazzling whiteness, and do not give them back to her unless she consents to follow you." The little hare left him, and almost immediately the porcelain maiden arrived with her friends. She undressed herself and got into the water. Then the young man glided up noiselessly and laid hold of her clothes, which he hid under a rock at some distance. When the porcelain maiden was tired of playing in the water, she came out to dress herself. But though she hunted for her clothes high and low, she could find them nowhere. Her friends helped her in the search, but seeing at last that it was of no use, they left her alone on the bank, weeping bitterly. "Why do you cry?" said the young man, approaching her. "Alas," answered she, "while I was bathing, someone stole my clothes, and my friends have abandoned me." I will find your clothes if you will only come with me." And the porcelain maiden agreed to follow him, and after having given up her clothes, the young man bought a small horse for her, which went like the wind. The little hare brought them both back to seek for the golden blackbird, and when they drew near to the castle where it lived, the little hero said to the young man, "Now, do be a little sharper than you were before, and you will manage to carry off both the golden blackbird and the porcelain maiden. Take the golden cage in one hand, and leave the bird in the old cage where he is, and bring that away too." The little hare then vanished. The youth did as he was bid, and the castle servants never noticed that he was carrying off the golden bird. When he reached the inn where his brothers were detained, he delivered them by paying their debt. They set out all together, but as the two elder brothers were jealous of the success of the youngest, they took the opportunity, as they were passing by the shores of a lake, to throw themselves upon him, seize the golden bird, and fling him in the water. Then they continued their journey, taking with them the porcelain maiden, in the firm belief that their brother was drowned. But happily, he had snatched in falling at a tuft of rushes and called loudly for help. The little hare came running to him and said, "Take hold of my leg and pull yourself out of the water." When he was safe on shore, the little hare said to him, "Now this is what you have to do. Dress yourself like a Breton seeking a place as stable boy, and go and offer your services to your father. Once there, you will easily be able to make him understand the truth." The young man did as the little hare bade him, and he went to his father's castle and inquired if they were not in want of a stable boy. "Yes," replied his father, "very much indeed. But it is not an easy place. There is a little horse in the stable, which will not let anyone go near it, and it has already kicked to death several people who have tried to groom it." "I will undertake to groom it," said the youth. "I never saw the horse I was afraid of yet." The little horse allowed itself to be rubbed down without a toss of its head and without a kick. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the master. "How is it that he lets you touch him when no one else can go near him?" "Perhaps he knows me," answered the stable boy. 2 or 3 days later, the master said to him, "The porcelain maiden is here, but though she is as lovely as the dawn, she is so wicked that she scratches everyone that approaches her. Try if she will accept your services." When the youth entered the room where she was, the golden blackbird broke forth into a joyful song, and the porcelain maiden sang too, and jumped for joy. "Good gracious!" cried the master. "The porcelain maiden and the golden blackbird know you too?" "Yes," replied the youth, "and the porcelain maiden can tell you the whole truth, if she only will." Then she told all that had happened, and how she had consented to follow the young man who had captured the golden blackbird. "Yes," added the youth, "I delivered my brothers, who were kept prisoners in an inn, and as a reward, they threw me into a lake. So I disguised myself and came here in order to prove the truth to you." So the old lord embraced his son and promised that he should inherit all his possessions, and he put to death the 2 elder ones who had deceived him and had tried to slay their own brother. The young man married the porcelain maiden and had a splendid wedding feast. Sebilot. The little soldier. Once upon a time there was a little soldier who had just come back from the war. He was a brave little fellow, but he had lost neither arms nor legs in battle. Still, the fighting was ended and the army disbanded, so he had to return to the village where he was born. Now the soldier's name was really John, but for some reason or other his friends always called him the Kinglet. Why, no one ever knew, but so it was. As he had no father or mother to welcome him home, he did not hurry himself, but went quietly along, his knapsack on his back and his sword by his side, when suddenly one evening he was seized with a wish to light his pipe. He felt for his matchbox to strike a light, but to his great disgust he found he had lost it. He had only gone about a stone's throw after making this discovery, when he noticed a light shining through the trees. He went towards it and perceived before him an old castle with the door standing open. The little soldier entered the courtyard and, peeping through a window, saw a large fire blazing at the end of a low hall. He put his pipe in his pocket and knocked gently, saying politely, "Would you give me a light?" But he got no answer. After waiting for a moment, John knocked again, this time more loudly. There was still no reply. He raised the latch and entered. The hall was empty. The little soldier made straight for the fireplace, seized the tongs, and was stooping down to look for a nice, red-hot coal with which to light his pipe, when click, something went, like a spring giving way, and in the very midst of the flames, an enormous serpent reared itself up close to his face. And what was more strange still, this serpent had the head of a woman. At such an unexpected sight, many men would have turned and run for their lives. But the little soldier, though he was so small, had a true soldier's heart. He only made one step backwards and grasped the hilt of his sword. "Don't unsheath it," said the serpent. "I have been waiting for you, as it is you who must deliver me." "Who are you?" "My name is Ludovine, and I am the daughter of the king of the Low Countries. Deliver me, and I will marry you, and make you happy forever after." Now, some people might not have liked the notion of being made happy by a serpent with the head of a woman, but the kinglet had no such fears. And besides, he felt the fascination of Ludovine's eyes, which looked at him as a snake looks at a little bird. They were beautiful green eyes, not round like those of a cat, but long and almond-shaped, and they shone with a strange light, and the golden hair which floated round them seemed all the brighter for their luster. The face had the beauty of an angel, though the body was only that of a serpent. "What must I do?" asked the kinglet. "Open that door. You will find yourself in a gallery with a room at the end just like this. Cross that, and you will see a closet, out of which you must take a tunic, and bring it back to me." The little soldier boldly prepared to do as he was told. He crossed the gallery in safety, but when he reached the room, he saw by the light of the stars 8 hands on a level with his face, which threatened to strike him. And, turn his eyes which way he would, he could discover no bodies belonging to them. He lowered his head and rushed forward amidst a storm of blows, which he returned with his fists. When he got to the closet, he opened it, took down the tunic, and brought it to the first room. "Here it is," he panted, rather out of breath. Click! Once more the flames parted. Ludovine was a woman down to her waist. She took the tunic and put it on. It was a magnificent tunic of orange velvet, embroidered in pearls. But the pearls were not so white as her own neck. "That is not all," she said. "Go to the gallery, take the staircase, which is on the left, and in the second room on the first story, you will find another closet with my skirt. Bring this to me." The kinglet did as he was told, but in entering the room, he saw, instead of merely hands, 8 arms, each holding an enormous stick. He instantly unsheathed his sword and cut his way through with such vigor that he hardly received a scratch. He brought back the skirt, which was made of silk as blue as the skies of Spain. "Here it is," said John as the serpent appeared. She was now a woman as far as her knees. "I only want my shoes and stockings now," she said. "Go and get them from the closet which is on the second story." The little soldier departed and found himself in the presence of 8 goblins armed with hammers and flames darting from their eyes. This time, he stopped short at the threshold. "My sword is no use," he thought to himself. "These wretches will break it like glass, and if I can't think of anything else, I am a dead man." At this moment, his eyes fell on the door, which was made of oak, thick and heavy. He wrenched it off its hinges and held it over his head, and then went straight at the goblins, whom he crushed beneath it. After that, he took the shoes and stockings out of the closet and brought them to Ludovine, who, directly she had put them on, became a woman all over. When she was quite dressed in her white silk stockings and little blue slippers dotted over with carbuncles, she said to her deliverer, "Now you must go away and never come back here, whatever happens. Here is a purse with 200 ducats. Sleep tonight at the inn which is at the edge of the wood, and awake early in the morning. For at 9 o'clock I shall pass the door, and shall take you up in my carriage." "Why shouldn't we go now?" asked the little soldier. "Because the time has not yet come," said the princess. "But first you may drink my health in this glass of wine." And as she spoke, she filled a crystal goblet with a liquid that looked like melted gold. John drank, then lit his pipe and went out. Otro. When he arrived at the inn, he ordered supper, but no sooner had he sat down to eat it than he felt that he was going sound asleep. "I must be more tired than I thought," he said to himself, and, after telling them to be sure to wake him next morning at 8 o'clock, he went to bed. All night long, he slept like a dead man. At 8 o'clock, they came to wake him, and at 1/2 and a quarter of an hour later, but it was no use, and at last they decided to leave him in peace. The clocks were striking 12 when John awoke. He sprang out of bed and, scarcely waiting to dress himself, hastened to ask if anyone had been to inquire for him. "There came a lovely princess," replied the landlady, "in a coach of gold. She left you this bouquet and a message to say that she would pass this way tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The little soldier cursed his sleep, but tried to console himself by looking at his bouquet, which was of immortelles. "It is the flower of remembrance," thought he, forgetting that it is also the flower of the dead. When the night came, he slept with one eye open and jumped up 20 times an hour. When the birds began to sing, he could lie still no longer, and climbed out of his window into the branches of one of the great lime trees that stood before the door. There he sat, dreamily gazing at his bouquet, till he ended by going fast asleep. Once asleep, nothing was able to wake him, neither the brightness of the sun, nor the songs of the birds, nor the noise of Ludovine's golden coach, nor the cries of the landlady, who sought him in every place she could think of. As the clock struck 12, he woke, and his heart sank as he came down out of his tree and saw them laying the table for dinner. "Did the princess come?" he asked. "Yes, indeed, she did. She left this flower-colored scarf for you, said she would pass by tomorrow at 7 o'clock, but it would be the last time." "I must have been bewitched," thought the little soldier. Then he took the scarf, which had a strange kind of scent, and tied it round his left arm, thinking all the while that the best way to keep awake was not to go to bed at all. So he paid his bill and bought a horse with the money that remained, and when the evening came, he mounted his horse and stood in front of the inn door, determined to stay there all night. Every now and then he stooped to smell the sweet perfume of the scarf round his arm, and gradually he smelt it so often that at last his head sank onto the horse's neck, and he and his horse snored in company. When the princess arrived, they shook him and beat him and screamed at him, but it was all no good. Neither man nor horse woke till the coach was seen vanishing away in the distance. Then John put spurs to his horse, calling with all his might, "Stop! Stop!" But the coach drove on as before, and though the little soldier rode after it for a day and a night, he never got one step nearer. Thus they left many villages and towns behind them, till they came to the sea itself. Here John thought that at last the coach must stop, but, wonder of wonders, it went straight on and rolled over the water as easily as it had done over the land. John's horse, which had carried him so well, sank down from fatigue, and the little soldier sat sadly on the shore, watching the coach, which was fast disappearing on the horizon. Treci, however, he soon plucked up his spirits again and walked along the beach to try and find a boat in which he could sail after the princess. But no boat was there, and at last, tired and hungry, he sat down to rest on the steps of a fisherman's hut. In the hut was a young girl who was mending a net. She invited John to come in and set before him some wine and fried fish, and John ate and drank and felt comforted, and he told his adventures to the little fisher girl. But though she was very pretty, with a skin as white as a gull's breast, for which her neighbors gave her the name of the seagull, he did not think about her at all, for he was dreaming of the green eyes of the princess. When he had finished his tale, she was filled with pity and said, "Last week, when I was fishing, my net suddenly grew very heavy, and when I drew it in, I found a great copper vase fastened with lead. I brought it home and placed it on the fire. When the lead had melted a little, I opened the vase with my knife and drew out a mantle of red cloth and a purse containing 50 crowns. That is the mantle covering my bed, and I have kept the money for my marriage portion. But take it and go to the nearest seaport, where you will find a ship sailing for the Low Countries. And when you become king, you will bring me back my 50 crowns." And the kinglet answered, "When I am king of the Low Countries, I will make you lady-in-waiting to the queen, for you are as good as you are beautiful. So farewell," said he. And as the seagull went back to her fishing, he rolled himself in the mantle and threw himself down on a heap of dried grass, thinking of the strange things that had befallen him, till he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, how I wish I was in the capital of the Low Countries." Cetrati. In one moment, the little soldier found himself standing before a splendid palace. He rubbed his eyes and pinched himself, and when he was quite sure he was not dreaming, he said to a man who was smoking his pipe before the door, "Where am I? Where are you? Can't you see?" "Before the king's palace, of course." "What king?" "Why, the king of the Low Countries," replied the man, laughing and supposing that he was mad. Was there ever anything so strange? But as John was an honest fellow, he was troubled at the thought that the seagull would think he had stolen her mantle and purse, and he began to wonder how he could restore them to her the soonest. Then He remembered that the mantle had some hidden charm that enabled the bearer to transport himself at will from place to place. And in order to make sure of this, he wished himself in the best inn of the town. In an instant, he was there. Enchanted with this discovery, he ordered supper, and as it was too late to visit the king that night, he went to bed. The next day, when he got up, he saw that all the houses were wreathed with flowers and covered with flags, and all the church bells were ringing. The little soldier inquired the meaning of all this noise, and was told that the Princess Ludovine, the king's beautiful daughter, had been found, and was about to make her triumphal entry. "That will just suit me," thought the kinglet. "I will stand at the door and see if she knows me." He had scarcely time to dress himself when the golden coach of Ludovine went by. She had a crown of gold upon her head, and the king and queen sat by her side. By accident, her eyes fell upon the little soldier, and she grew pale and turned away her head. "Didn't she know me?" the little soldier asked himself. "Or was she angry because I missed our meetings?" And he followed the crowd till he got to the palace. When the royal party entered, he told the guards that it was he who had delivered the princess and wished to speak to the king. But the more he talked, the more they believed him mad and refused to let him pass. The little soldier was furious. He felt that he needed his pipe to calm him, and he entered a tavern and ordered a pint of beer. "It is this miserable soldier's helmet," said he to himself. "If I had only money enough, I could look as splendid as the lords of the court. But what is the good of thinking of that when I have only the remains of the seagull's 50 crowns? He took out his purse to see what was left, and he found that there were still 50 crowns. The seagull must have miscounted, thought he, and he paid for his beer. Then he counted his money again, and there were still 50 crowns. He took away 5 and counted a third time, but there were still 50. He emptied the purse altogether, and then shut it. When he opened it, the 50 crowns were still there. Then a plan came into his head, and he determined to go at once to the court tailor and coach builder. He ordered the tailor to make him a mantle and vest of blue velvet embroidered with pearls, and the coach builder to make him a golden coach like the coach of the Princess Ludovine. If the tailor and the coach builder were quick, he promised to pay them double. A few days later, the little soldier was driven through the city in his coach, drawn by 6 white horses, and with 4 lackeys richly dressed standing behind. Inside sat John, clad in blue velvet, with a bouquet of immortelles in his hand and a scarf bound round his arm. He drove twice round the city, throwing money to the right and left, and the third time, as he passed under the palace windows, he saw Ludovine lift a corner of the curtain and peep out. The next day no one talked of anything but the rich lord who had distributed money as he drove along. The talk even reached the court, and the queen, who was very curious, had a great desire to see the wonderful prince. "Very well," said the king. "Let him be asked to come and play cards with me." This time the kinglet was not late for his appointment. The king sent for the cards, and they sat down to play. They had 6 games, and John always lost. The stake was 50 crowns, and each time he emptied his purse, which was full the next instant. The 6th time the king exclaimed, "It is amazing." The queen cried, "It is astonishing." The princess said, "It is bewildering." "Not so bewildering," replied the little soldier, "as your change into a serpent." "Hush," interrupted the king, who did not like the subject. "I only spoke of it," said John, because you see in me the man who delivered the princess from the goblins and whom she promised to marry." "Is that true?" asked the king of the princess. "Quite true," answered Ludovine. "But I told my deliverer to be ready to go with me when I passed by with my coach. I passed 3 times, but he slept so soundly that no one could wake him." "What is your name?" said the king, "and who are you?" "My name is John. I am a soldier, and my father is a boatman." "You are not a fit husband for my daughter. Still, if you will give us your purse, you shall have her for your wife." "My purse does not belong to me, and I cannot give it away. But you can lend it to me till our wedding day," said the princess, with one of those glances the little soldier never could resist. "And when will that be?" "At Easter," said the monarch. "Or in a blue moon," murmured the princess. But the kinglet did not hear her and let her take his purse. Next evening he presented himself at the palace to play piquet with the king and to make his court to the princess. But he was told that the king had gone into the country to receive his rents. He returned the following day and had the same answer. Then he asked to see the queen, but she had a headache. When this had happened 5 or 6 times, he began to understand that they were making fun of him. "That is not the way for a king to behave," thought John. "Old scoundrel!" And then suddenly he remembered his red cloak. "Ah, what an idiot I am," said he. "Of course I can get in whenever I like with the help of this." That evening he was in front of the palace, wrapped in his red cloak. On the first story, one window was lighted, and John saw on the curtains the shadow of the princess. "I wish myself in the room of the Princess Ludovine," said he, and in a second he was there. The king's daughter was sitting before a table counting the money that she emptied from the inexhaustible purse. 850, 900, 950. 1,000, finished John. "Good evening, everybody." The princess jumped and gave a little cry. "You here? What business have you to do it? Leave at once, or I shall call—" "I have come," said the kinglet, "to remind you of your promise. The day after tomorrow is Easter Day, and it is high time to think of our marriage." Ludovine burst out into a fit of laughter. "Our marriage? Have you really been foolish enough to believe that the daughter of the king of the Low Countries would ever marry the son of a boatman?" "Then give me back the purse," said John. "Never," said the princess, and put it calmly in her pocket. "As you like," said the little soldier. "He laughs best who laughs the last." And he took the princess in his arms. "I wish," he cried, "that we were at the ends of the earth." And in 1 second he was there, still clasping the princess tightly in his arms. "Oof," said John, laying her gently at the foot of a tree. "I never took such a long journey before. What do you say, madam?" The princess understood that it was no time for jesting, and did not answer. Besides, she was still feeling giddy from her rapid flight, and had not yet collected her senses. Shy. The king of the Low Countries was not a very scrupulous person, and his daughter took after him. This was why she had been changed into a serpent. It had been prophesied that she should be delivered by a little soldier, and that she must marry him, unless he failed to appear at the meeting place 3 times running. The cunning princess then laid her plans accordingly. The wine that she had given to John in the castle of the goblins, the bouquet of immortelles, and the scarf, all had the power of producing sleep like death. And we know how they had acted on John. However, even in this critical moment, Ludovine did not lose her head. "I thought you were simply a street vagabond," said she in her most coaxing voice, "and I find you are more powerful than any king. Here is your purse. Have you got my scarf and my bouquet?" "Here they are," said the kinglet, delighted with this change of tone, and he drew them from his bosom. Ludovine fastened one in his buttonhole and the other round his arm. "Now," she said, "you are my lord and master, and I will marry you at your good pleasure." "You are kinder than I thought," said John, "and you shall never be unhappy, for I love you. Then, my little husband, tell me how you managed to carry me so quickly to the ends of the world." The little soldier scratched his head. "Does she really mean to marry me?" he thought to himself. "Or is she only trying to deceive me again?" But Ludovine repeated, "Won't you tell me?" In such a tender voice, he did not know how to resist her. "After all," he said to himself, "what does it matter telling her the secret, as long as I don't give her the cloak?" And he told her the virtue of the red mantle. "Oh dear, how tired I am," sighed Ludovine. "Don't you think we had better take a nap, and then we can talk over our plans?" She stretched herself on the grass, and the kinglet did the same. He laid his head on his left arm, round which the scarf was tied, and was soon fast asleep. Ludovine was watching him out of one eye, and no sooner did she hear him snore than she unfastened the mantle, drew it gently from under him, and wrapped it round her, took the purse from his pocket and put it in hers, and said, "I wish I was back in my own room." In another moment she was there, Septini, who felt foolish. But John, when he awoke 24 hours after, and found himself without purse, without mantle, and without princess, he tore his hair, he beat his breast, he trampled on the bouquet, and tore the scarf of the traitress to atoms. Besides this, he was very hungry, and he had nothing to eat. He thought of all the wonderful things his grandmother had told him when he was a child, but none of them helped him now. He was in despair, when suddenly he looked up and saw that the tree under which he had been sleeping was a superb plum, covered with fruit as yellow as gold. "Here goes for the plums," he said to himself. "All is fair in war." He climbed the tree and began to eat steadily, but he had hardly swallowed 2 plums when, to his horror, he felt as if something was growing on his forehead. He put up his hand and found that he had 2 horns. He leapt down from the tree and rushed to a stream that flowed close by. Alas, there was no escape. 2 charming little horns that would not have disgraced the head of a goat. Then his courage failed him. "As if it was not enough," said he, "that a woman should trick me, but the devil must mix himself up in it and lend me his horns. What a pretty figure I should cut if I went back into the world." But as he was still hungry and the mischief was done, he climbed boldly up another tree and plucked 2 plums of a lovely green color. No sooner had he swallowed 2 than the horns disappeared. The little soldier was enchanted, though greatly surprised, and came to the conclusion that it was no good to despair too quickly. When he had done eating, an idea suddenly occurred to him. "Perhaps," thought he, "these pretty little plums may help me to recover my purse, my cloak, and my heart from the hands of this wicked princess. She has the eyes of a deer already. Let her have the horns of one. If I can manage to set her up with a pair, I will bet any money that I shall cease to want her for my wife. A horned maiden is by no means lovely to look at." So he plaited a basket out of the long willows and placed in it carefully both sorts of plums. Then he walked bravely on for many days, having no food but the berries by the wayside, and was in great danger from wild beasts and savage men. But he feared nothing except that his plums should decay. And this never happened. At last he came to a civilized country, and with the sale of some jewels that he had about him on the evening of his flight, he took passage on board a vessel for the Low Countries. So, at the end of a year and a day, he arrived at the capital of the kingdom, Ashtuntas. The next day he put on a false beard and the dress of a date merchant, and, taking a little table, he placed himself before the door of the church. He spread carefully out on a fine white cloth his Mirabelle plums, which looked for all the world as if they had been freshly gathered. And when he saw the princess coming out of church, he began to call out in a feigned voice, "Fine plums, lovely plums." "How much are they?" said the princess. 50 crowns each. 50 crowns. But what is there so very precious about them? Do they give one wit, or will they increase one's beauty? They could not increase what is perfect already, fair princess, but still they might add something. Rolling stones gather no moss, but they sometimes gain polish. And the months which John had spent in roaming about the world had not been wasted. Such a neatly turned compliment flattered Ludovine. "What will they add?" she smilingly asked. "You will see, fair princess, when you taste them. It will be a surprise for you." Ludovine's curiosity was roused. She drew out the purse and shook out as many little heaps of 50 crowns as there were plums in the basket. The little soldier was seized with a wild desire to snatch the purse from her and proclaim her a thief, but he managed to control himself. His plums all sold, he shut up shop, took off his disguise, changed his inn, and kept quiet, waiting to see what would happen. No sooner had she reached her room than the princess exclaimed, "Now let us see what these fine plums can add to my beauty." And throwing off her hood, she picked up a couple and ate them. Imagine with what surprise and horror she felt all of a sudden that something was growing out of her forehead. She flew to her mirror and uttered a piercing cry. "Horns! So that was what he promised me. Let someone find the plum seller at once and bring him to me. Let his nose and ears be cut off. Let him be flayed alive, or burnt at a slow fire, and his ashes scattered to the winds. Oh, I shall die of shame and despair." Her women ran at the sound of her screams and tried to wrench off the horns, but it was of no use, and they only gave her a violent headache. The king then sent round a herald to proclaim that he would give the hand of the princess to anyone who would rid her of her strange ornaments. So, all the doctors and sorcerers and surgeons in the Low Countries and the neighboring kingdoms thronged to the palace, each with a remedy of his own. But it was all no good, and the princess suffered so much from their remedies that the king was obliged to send out a second proclamation that anyone who undertook to cure the princess, and who failed to do it, should be hanged up to the nearest tree. But the prize was too great for any proclamation to put a stop to the efforts of the crowd of suitors, and that year the orchards of the Low Countries all bore a harvest of dead men. Devony, the king, had given orders that they should seek high and low for the plum seller, but in spite of all their pains, he was nowhere to be found. When the little soldier discovered that their patience was worn out, he pressed the juice of the green queen-clawed plums into a small phial, bought a doctor's robe, put on a wig and spectacles, and presented himself before the king of the Low Countries. He gave himself out as a famous physician who had come from distant lands, and he promised that he would cure the princess if only he might be left alone with her. "Another madman determined to be hanged," said the king. "Very well, do as he asks. One should refuse nothing to a man with a rope round his neck." As soon as the little soldier was in the presence of the princess, he poured some drops of the liquid into a glass. The princess had scarcely tasted it when the tip of the horns disappeared. "They would have disappeared completely," said the pretended doctor, "if there did not exist something to counteract the effect. It is only possible to cure people whose souls are as clean as the palm of my hand. Are you sure you have not committed some little sin? Examine yourself well." Ludovine had no need to think over it long, but she was torn in pieces between the shame of a humiliating confession and the desire to be unhorned. At last, she made answer with downcast eyes, "I have stolen a leather purse from a little soldier." "Give it to me. The remedy will not act till I hold the purse in my hands." It cost Ludovine a great pang to give up the purse, but she remembered that riches would not benefit her if she was still to keep the horns. With a sigh, she handed the purse to the doctor, who poured more of the liquid into the glass, and when the princess had drunk it, she found that the horns had diminished by 1/2. "You must really have another little sin on your conscience. Did you steal nothing from this soldier but his purse?" "I also stole from him his cloak." "Give it me." "Here it is." This time, Ludovine thought to herself that, when once the horns had departed, she would call her attendants and take the things from the doctor by force. She was greatly pleased with this idea, when suddenly the pretended physician wrapped himself in the cloak, flung away the wig and spectacles, and showed to the traitress the face of the little soldier. She stood before him dumb with fright. "I might," said John, "have left you horned to the end of your days, but I am a good fellow, and I once loved you, and besides, you are too like the devil to have any need of his horns." X. John had wished himself in the house of the seagull. Now the seagull was seated at the window, mending her net, and from time to time her eyes wandered to the sea, as if she was expecting someone. At the noise made by the little soldier, she looked up and blushed. "So it is you," she said. "How did you get here?" And then she added in a low voice, "And have you married your princess?" Then John told her all his adventures, and when he had finished, he restored to her the purse and the mantle. "What can I do with them?" said she. "You have proved to me that happiness does not lie in the possession of treasures. It lies in work and in the love of an honest woman," replied the little soldier, who noticed for the first time what pretty eyes she had. "Dear seagull, will you have me for a husband?" And he held out his hand. "Yes, I will," answered the fisher maiden, blushing very red, "but only on condition that we seal up the purse and the mantle in the copper vessel and throw them into the sea." And this they did. Charles Dulin. The Magic Swan. There were once upon a time 3 brothers, of whom the eldest was called Jacob, the second Frederick, and the youngest Peter. This youngest brother was made a regular butt of by the other 2, and they treated him shamefully. If anything went wrong with their affairs, Peter had to bear the blame and put things right for them, and he had to endure all this ill treatment because he was weak and delicate and couldn't defend himself against his stronger brothers. The poor creature had a most trying life of it in every way, and day and night he pondered how he could make it better. One day, when he was in the wood gathering sticks and crying bitterly, a little old woman came up to him and asked him what was the matter, and he told her all his troubles. "Come, my good youth," said the old dame, when he had finished his tale of woe. "Isn't the world wide enough? Why don't you set out and try your fortune somewhere else?" Peter took her words to heart and left his father's house early one morning to try his fortune in the wide world, as the old woman had advised him. But he felt very bitterly parting from the home where he had been born, and where he had at least passed a short but happy childhood. And sitting down on a hill, he gazed once more fondly on his native place. Suddenly the little old woman stood before him and, tapping him on the shoulder, said, "So far good, my boy, but what do you mean to do now?" Peter was at a loss what to answer, for so far he had always thought that fortune would drop into his mouth like a ripe cherry. The old woman, who guessed his thoughts, laughed kindly and said, "I'll tell you what you must do, for I've taken a fancy to you, and I'm sure you won't forget me when you've made your fortune." Peter promised faithfully he wouldn't, and the old woman continued, "This evening at sunset, go to yonder pear tree, which you see growing at the crossroads. Underneath it you will find a man lying asleep, and a beautiful large swan will be fastened to the tree close to him. You must be careful not to waken the man, but you must unfasten the swan and take it away with you. You will find that everyone will fall in love with its beautiful plumage, and you must allow anyone who likes to pull out a feather. But as soon as the swan feels as much as a finger on it, it will scream out, and then you must say, 'Swan, hold fast.' Then the hand of the person who has touched the bird will be held as in a vice, and nothing will set it free, unless you touch it with this little stick which I will make you a present of. When you have captured a whole lot of people in this way, lead your train straight on with you. You will come to a big town where a princess lives who has never been known to laugh. If you can only make her laugh, your fortune is made. Then I beg you won't forget your old friend." Peter promised again that he wouldn't, and at sunset he went to the tree the old woman had mentioned. The man lay there fast asleep, and a large, beautiful swan was fastened to the tree beside him by a red cord. Peter loosed the bird and led it away with him without disturbing the bird's master. He walked on with the swan for some time, and came at last to a building yard, where some men were busily at work. They were all lost in admiration of the bird's beautiful plumage, and one forward youth, who was covered with clay from head to foot, called out, "Oh, if I'd only one of those feathers, how happy I should be." "Pull one out then," said Peter kindly, and the youth seized one from the bird's tail. Instantly the swan screamed, and Peter called out, "Swan, hold fast." And do what he could, the poor youth couldn't get his hand away. The more he howled, the more the others laughed, till a girl who had been washing clothes in the neighboring stream hurried up to see what was the matter. When she saw the poor boy fastened to the swan, she felt so sorry for him that she stretched out her hand to free him. The bird screamed. "Swan, hold fast," called out Peter, and the girl was caught also. When Peter had gone on for a bit with his captives, they met a chimney sweep who laughed loudly over the extraordinary troupe and asked the girl what she was doing. "Oh, dearest John," replied the girl, "give me your hand and set me free from this cursed young man." "Most certainly I will, if that's all you want," replied the sweep, and gave the girl his hand. The bird screamed. "Swan, hold fast," said Peter, and the black man was added to their number. They soon came to a village where a fair was being held. A traveling circus was giving a performance, and the clown was just doing his tricks. He opened his eyes wide with amazement when he saw the remarkable trio fastened onto the swan's tail. "Have you gone raving mad, Blackie?" he asked as well as he could for laughing. "It's no laughing matter," the sweep replied. "This wench has got so tight hold of me that I feel as if I were glued to her. Do set me free like a good clown, and I'll do you a good turn someday." Without a moment's hesitation, the clown grasped the black, outstretched hand. The bird screamed. "Swan, hold fast," called out Peter, and the clown became the fourth of the party. Now in the front row of the spectators sat the respected and popular mayor of the village, who was much put out by what he considered nothing but a foolish trick. So much annoyed was he that he seized the clown by the hand and tried to tear him away in order to hand him over to the police. Then the bird screamed, and Peter called out, "Swan, hold fast," and the dignified mayor shared the fate of his predecessors. The mayoress, a long, thin stick of a woman, enraged at the insult done to her husband, seized his free arm and tore at it with all her might, with the only result that she too was forced to swell the procession. After this, no one else had any wish to join them. Soon, Peter saw the towers of the capital in front of him. Just before entering it, a glittering carriage came out to meet him, in which was seated a young lady as beautiful as the day, but with a very solemn and serious expression. But no sooner had she perceived the motley crowd fastened to the swan's tail than she burst into a loud fit of laughter, in which she was joined by all her servants and ladies in waiting. "The princess has laughed at last," they all cried with joy. She stepped out of her carriage to look more closely at the wonderful sight, and laughed again over the capers the poor captives cut. She ordered her carriage to be turned round, and drove slowly back into the town, never taking her eyes off Peter and his procession. When the king heard the news that his daughter had actually laughed, he was more than delighted, and had Peter and his marvelous train brought before him. He laughed himself when he saw them till the tears rolled down his cheeks. "My good friend," he said to Peter, "do you know what I promised the person who succeeded in making the princess laugh?" "No, I don't," said Peter. "Then I'll tell you," answered the king. 1,000 gold crowns or a piece of land. Which will you choose?" Peter decided in favor of the land. Then he touched the youth, the girl, the sweep, the clown, the mayor, and the mayoress with his little stick, and they were all free again, and ran away home as if a fire were burning behind them. And their flight, as you may imagine, gave rise to renewed merriment. Then the princess felt moved to stroke the swan, at the same time admiring its plumage. The bird screamed. "Swan, hold fast," called out Peter, and so he won the princess for his bride. But the swan flew up into the air and vanished in the blue horizon. Peter now received a duchy as a present and became a very great man indeed. But he did not forget the little old woman who had been the cause of all his good fortune, and appointed her as head housekeeper to him and his royal bride in their magnificent castle, Kletke. The Dirty Shepherdess. Once upon a time there lived a king who had 2 daughters, and he loved them with all his heart. When they grew up, he was suddenly seized with a wish to know if they, on their part, truly loved him, and he made up his mind that he would give his kingdom to whichever best proved her devotion. So he called the elder princess and said to her, "How much do you love me?" "As the apple of my eye," answered she. "Ah," exclaimed the king, kissing her tenderly as he spoke, "you are indeed a good daughter." Then he sent for the younger and asked her how much she loved him. "I look upon you, my father," she answered, "as I look upon salt in my food." But the king did not like her words and ordered her to quit the court and never again to appear before him. The poor princess went sadly up to her room and began to cry. But when she was reminded of her father's commands, she dried her eyes and made a bundle of her jewels and her best dresses and hurriedly left the castle where she was born. She walked straight along the road in front of her, without knowing very well where she was going or what was to become of her, for she had never been shown how to work, and all she had learnt consisted of a few household rules and receipts of dishes which her mother had taught her long ago. And as she was afraid that no housewife would want to engage a girl with such a pretty face, she determined to make herself as ugly as she could. She therefore took off the dress that she was wearing and put on some horrible old rags belonging to a beggar, all torn and covered with mud. After that, she smeared mud all over her hands and face and shook her hair into a great tangle. Having thus changed her appearance, she went about offering herself as a goose girl or shepherdess. But the farmers' wives would have nothing to say to such a dirty maiden, and sent her away with a morsel of bread for charity's sake. After walking for a great many days without being able to find any work, she came to a large farm where they were in want of a shepherdess, and engaged her gladly. One day, when she was keeping her sheep in a lonely tract of land, she suddenly felt a wish to dress herself in her robes of splendor. She washed herself carefully in the stream, and as she always carried her bundle with her, it was easy to shake off her rags and transform herself in a few moments into a great lady. The king's son, who had lost his way out hunting, perceived this lovely damsel a long way off and wished to look at her closer. But as soon as the girl saw what he was at, she fled into the wood as swiftly as a bird. The prince ran after her, but as he was running, he caught his foot in the root of a tree and fell. And when he got up again, she was nowhere to be seen. When she was quite safe, she put on her rags again and smeared over her face and hands. However, the young prince, who was both hot and thirsty, found his way to the farm to ask for a drink of cider, and he inquired the name of the beautiful lady that kept the sheep. At this, everyone began to laugh, for they said that the shepherdess was one of the ugliest and dirtiest creatures under the sun. The prince thought some witchcraft must be at work, and he hastened away before the return of the shepherdess, who became that evening the butt of everybody's jests. But the king's son thought often of the lovely maiden whom he had only seen for a moment, though she seemed to him much more fascinating than any lady of the court. At last he dreamed of nothing else, and grew thinner day by day, till his parents inquired what was the matter, promising to do all they could to make him as happy as he once was. He dared not tell them the truth, lest they should laugh at him, so he only said that he should like some bread baked by the kitchen girl in the distant farm. Although the wish appeared rather odd, they hastened to fulfill it, and the farmer was told the request of the king's son. The maiden showed no surprise at receiving such an order, but merely asked for some flour, salt, and water, and also that she might be left alone in a little room adjoining the oven, where the kneading trough stood. Before beginning her work, she washed herself carefully and even put on her rings. But while she was baking, one of her rings slid into the dough. When she had finished, she dirtied herself again and let the lumps of the dough stick to her fingers, so that she became as ugly as before. The loaf, which was a very little one, was brought to the king's son, who ate it with pleasure. But in cutting it, he found the ring of the princess, and declared to his parents that he would marry the girl whom that ring fitted. So the king made a proclamation through his whole kingdom, and ladies came from afar to lay claim to the honor. But the ring was so tiny that even those who had the smallest hands could only get it on their little fingers. In a short time, all the maidens of the kingdom, including the peasant girls, had tried on the ring, and the king was just about to announce that their efforts had been in vain, when the prince observed that he had not yet seen the shepherdess. They sent to fetch her, and she arrived covered with rags, but with her hands cleaner than usual, so that she could easily slip on the ring. The king's son declared that he would fulfill his promise, and when his parents mildly remarked that the girl was only a keeper of sheep, and a very ugly one, too, the maiden boldly said that she was born a princess, and that, if they would only give her some water and leave her alone in a room for a few minutes, she would show that she could look as well as anyone in fine clothes. They did what she asked, and when she entered in a magnificent dress, she looked so beautiful that all saw she must be a princess in disguise. The king's son recognized the charming damsel of whom he had once caught a glimpse, and flinging himself at her feet, asked if she would marry him. The princess then told her story, and said that it would be necessary to send an ambassador to her father to ask his consent and to invite him to the wedding. The princess's father, who had never ceased to repent his harshness towards his daughter, had sought her through the land, but as no one could tell him anything of her, he supposed her dead. Therefore it was with great joy he heard that she was living, and that a king's son asked her in marriage, and he quitted his kingdom with his elder daughter so as to be present at the ceremony. By the orders of the bride, they only served her father at the wedding breakfast bread without salt and meat without seasoning. Seeing him make faces and eat very little, his daughter, who sat beside him, inquired if his dinner was not to his taste. "No," he replied. "The dishes are carefully cooked and sent up, but they are all so dreadfully tasteless. Did not I tell you, my father, that salt was the best thing in life? And yet, when I compared you to salt, to show how much I loved you, you thought slightingly of me, and you chased me from your presence." The king embraced his daughter and allowed that he had been wrong to misinterpret her words. Then, for the rest of the wedding feast, they gave him bread made with salt and dishes with seasoning, and he said they were the very best he had ever eaten. Sebilot. The biter bit. Once upon a time, there lived a man called Simon, who was very rich, but at the same time as stingy and miserly as he could be. He had a housekeeper called Nina, a clever, capable woman, and as she did her work carefully and conscientiously, her master had the greatest respect for her. In his young days, Simon had been one of the gayest and most active youths of the neighborhood, but as he grew old and stiff, he found it very difficult to walk, and his faithful servant urged him to get a horse so as to save his poor old bones. At last, Simon gave way to the request and persuasive eloquence of his housekeeper, and betook himself one day to the market where he had seen a mule, which he thought would just suit him, and which he bought for 7 gold pieces. Now it happened that there were 3 merry rascals hanging about the marketplace. who much preferred living on other people's goods to working for their own living. As soon as they saw that Simon had bought a mule, one of them said to his two boon companions, "My friends, this mule must be ours before we are many hours older." "But how shall we manage it?" asked one of them. "We must all three station ourselves at different intervals along the old man's homeward way, and must each in his turn declare that the mule he has bought is a donkey. If we only stick to it, you'll see the mule will soon be ours." This proposal quite satisfied the others, and they all separated as they had agreed. Now, when Simon came by, the first rogue said to him, "God bless you, my fine gentleman." "Thanks for your courtesy," replied Simon. "Where have you been?" asked the thief. "To the market," was the reply. "And what did you buy there?" continued the rogue. "This mule." "Which mule?" "The one I'm sitting upon, to be sure," replied Simon. "Are you in earnest or only joking?" "What do you mean?" "Because it seems to me you've got hold of a donkey and not of a mule." "A donkey? Rubbish!" screamed Simon, and without another word he rode on his way. After a few 100 yards he met the second confederate, who addressed him. "Good day, dear sir. Where are you coming from?" "From the market," answered Simon. "Did things go pretty cheap?" asked the other. "I should just think so," said Simon. "And did you make any good bargain yourself?" "I bought this mule on which you see me." "Is it possible that you really bought that beast for a mule?" "Why, certainly. But good heavens, it's nothing but a donkey." "A donkey?" repeated Simon. "You don't mean to say so. If a single other person tells me that, I'll make him a present of the wretched animal." With these words he continued his way, and very soon met the third knave, who said to him, "God bless you, sir. Are you by any chance coming from the market?" "Yes, I am," replied Simon. "And what bargain did you drive there?" asked the cunning fellow. "I bought this mule on which I am riding." "A mule? Are you speaking seriously, or do you wish to make a fool of me?" "I'm speaking in sober earnest," said Simon. "It wouldn't occur to me to make a joke of it." "Oh, my poor friend," cried the rascal. "Don't you see that is a donkey and not a mule? You have been taken in by some wretched cheats." "You are the third person in the last 2 hours who has told me the same thing," said Simon, but I couldn't believe it. And dismounting from the mule, he spoke. "Keep the animal. I make you a present of it." The rascal took the beast, thanked him kindly, and rode on to join his comrades, while Simon continued his journey on foot. As soon as the old man got home, he told his housekeeper that he had bought a beast under the belief that it was a mule, but that it had turned out to be a donkey. At least, so he had been assured by several people he had met on the road, and that in disgust he had at last given it away. "Oh, you simpleton!" cried Nina. "Didn't you see that they were only playing you a trick? Really, I thought you'd have had more gumption than that. They wouldn't have taken me in that way." "Never mind," replied Simon. "I'll play them one worth 2 of that, for depend upon it they won't be contented with having got the donkey out of me, but they'll try by some new dodge to get something more, or I'm much mistaken." Now there lived in the village not far from Simon's house a peasant who had 2 goats, so alike in every respect that it was impossible to distinguish one from the other. Simon bought them both, paid as small a price as he could for them, and leading them home with him, he told Nina to prepare a good meal, as he was going to invite some friends to dinner. He ordered her to roast some veal and to boil a pair of chickens, and gave her some herbs to make a good savory, and told her to bake the best tart she could make. Then he took one of the goats and tied it to a post in the courtyard and gave it some grass to eat, but he bound a cord round the neck of the other goat and led it to the market. Hardly had he arrived there than the 3 gentlemen who had got his mule perceived him, and coming up to him said, "Welcome, Mr. Simon. What brings you here? Are you on the lookout for a bargain?" "I've come to get some provisions," he answered, "because some friends are coming to dine with me today, and it would give me much pleasure if you were to honor me with your company also." The accomplices willingly accepted this invitation, and after Simon had made all his purchases, he tied them onto the goat's back and said to it, in the presence of the 3 cheats, "Go home now, and tell Nina to roast the veal and boil the chickens, and tell her to prepare a savory with herbs, and to bake the best tart she can make. Have you followed me? Then go, and heaven's blessing go with you." As soon as it felt itself free, the laden goat trotted off as quickly as it could, and to this day nobody knows what became of it. But Simon, after wandering about the market for some time with his 3 friends and some others he had picked up, returned home to his house. When he and his guests entered the courtyard, they noticed the goat tied to the post, quietly chewing the cud. They were not a little astonished at this, for of course they thought it was the same goat that Simon had sent home, laden with provisions. As soon as they reached the house, Mr. Simon said to his housekeeper, "Well, Nina, have you done what I told the goat to tell you to do?" The artful woman, who at once understood her master, answered, "Certainly I have. The veal is roasted and the chickens boiled." "That's all right," said Simon. When the 3 rogues saw the cooked meats and the tart in the oven and heard Nina's words, they were nearly beside themselves with amazement and began to consult at once how they were to get the goat into their own possession. At last, towards the end of the meal, having sought in vain for some cunning dodge to get the goat away from Mr. Simon, one of them said to him, "My worthy host, you must sell your goat to us." Simon replied that he was most unwilling to part with the creature, as no amount of money would make up to him for its loss. Still, if they were quite set on it, he would let them have the goat for 50 gold pieces. The knaves, who thought they were doing a capital piece of business, paid down the 50 gold pieces at once, and left the house quite happily, leading the goat with them. When they got home, they said to their wives, "You needn't begin to cook the dinner tomorrow till we send the provisions home." The following day they went to the market and bought chickens and other eatables, and after they had packed them on the back of the goat, which they had brought with them, they told it all the dishes they wished their wives to prepare. As soon as the goat felt itself free, it ran as quickly as it could, and was very soon lost to sight, and, as far as I know, was never heard of again. When the dinner hour approached, all 3 went home and asked their wives if the goat had returned with the necessary provisions, and had told them what they wished prepared for their meal. "Oh, you fools and blockheads!" cried their wives. "How could you ever believe for a moment that a goat would do the work of a servant maid? You have been finely deceived for once in a way. Of course, if you are always taking in other people, your turn to be taken in comes too, and this time you've been made to look pretty foolish." When the 3 comrades saw that Mr. Simon had got the better of them and done them out of 50 gold pieces, they flew into such a rage that they made up their minds to kill him, and seizing their weapons for this purpose, went to his house. But the sly old man, who was terrified for his life that the three rogues might do him some harm, was on his guard and said to his housekeeper, "Nina, take this bladder, which is filled with blood, and hide it under your cloak. Then when these thieves come, I'll lay all the blame on you, and will pretend to be so angry with you that I will run at you with my knife and pierce the bladder with it. Then you must fall on the ground as if you were dead, and leave the rest to me." Hardly had Simon said these words when the three rogues appeared and fell on him to kill him. "My friends," called out Simon to them, "what do you accuse me of? I am in no way to blame. Perhaps my housekeeper has done you some injury, of which I know nothing." And with these words, he turned on Nina with his knife and stuck it right into her, so that he pierced the bladder filled with blood. Instantly, the housekeeper fell down as if she were dead, and the blood streamed all over the ground. Simon then pretended to be seized with remorse at the sight of this dreadful catastrophe, and cried out in a loud voice, "Unhappy wretch that I am! What have I done? Like a madman, I have killed the woman who is the prop and stay of my old age. How could I ever go on living without her?" Then he seized a pipe, and when he had blown into it for some time, Nina sprang up alive and well. The rogues were more amazed than ever. They forgot their anger, and buying the pipe for 200 gold pieces, they went joyfully home. Not long after this, one of them quarreled with his wife, and in his rage he thrust his knife into her breast so that she fell dead on the ground. Then he took Simon's pipe and blew into it with all his might, in the hopes of calling his wife back to life. But he blew in vain, for the poor soul was as dead as a doornail. When one of his comrades heard what had happened, he said, "You blockhead, you can't have done it properly. Just let me have a try." And with these words he seized his wife by the roots of her hair, cut her throat with a razor, and then took the pipe and blew into it with all his might, but he couldn't bring her back to life. The same thing happened to the third rogue, so that they were now all three without wives. Full of wrath, they ran to Simon's house, and refusing to listen to a word of explanation or excuse, they seized the old man and put him into a sack, meaning to drown him in the neighboring river. On their way there, however, a sudden noise threw them into such a panic that they dropped the sack with Simon in it and ran for their lives. Soon after this, a shepherd happened to pass by with his flock, and while he was slowly following the sheep, who paused here and there by the wayside to browse on the tender grass, he heard a pitiful voice wailing, "They insist on my taking her, and I don't want her, for I am too old, and I really can't have her." The shepherd was much startled, for he couldn't make out where these words, which were repeated more than once, came from, and looked about him to the right and left. At last he perceived the sack in which Simon was hidden, and going up to it he opened it and discovered Simon repeating his dismal complaint. The shepherd asked him why he had been left there tied up in a sack. Simon replied that the king of the country had insisted on giving him one of his daughters as a wife, but that he had refused the honor because he was too old and too frail. The simple-minded shepherd, who believed his story implicitly, asked him, "Do you think the king of the country would give his daughter to me?" "Yes, certainly. I know he would," answered Simon, "if you were tied up in this sack instead of me." Then, getting out of the sack, he tied the confiding shepherd up in it instead, and at his request fastened it securely, and drove the sheep on himself. An hour had scarcely passed when the three rogues returned to the place where they had left Simon in the sack, and without opening it, one of them seized it and threw it into the river. And so the poor shepherd was drowned instead of Mr. Simon. The three rogues, having wreaked their vengeance, set out for home. On their way, they noticed a flock of sheep grazing not far from the road. They longed to steal a few of the lambs, and approached the flock, and were more than startled to recognize Mr. Simon, whom they had drowned in the river, as the shepherd who was looking after the sheep. They asked him how he had managed to get out of the river, to which he replied, "Get along with you. You are no better than silly donkeys without any sense. If you had only drowned me in deeper water, I would have returned with 3 times as many sheep." When the three rogues heard this, they said to him, "Oh, dear Mr. Simon, do us the favor to tie us up in sacks and throw us into the river that we may give up our thieving ways and become the owners of flocks." "I am ready," answered Simon, "to do what you please. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for you." So he took 3 strong sacks and put a man in each of them and fastened them up so tightly that they couldn't get out, and then he threw them all into the river. And that was the end of the 3 rogues. But Mr. Simon returned home to his faithful Nina rich in flocks and gold, and lived for many a year in health and happiness. Kletke. King Kojata, from the Russian. There was once upon a time a king called Kojata, whose beard was so long that it reached below his knees. 3 years had passed since his marriage, and he lived very happily with his wife, but heaven granted him no heir, which grieved the king greatly. One day he set forth from his capital in order to make a journey through his kingdom. He traveled for nearly a year through the different parts of his territory, and then, having seen all there was to be seen, he set forth on his homeward way. As the day was very hot and sultry, he commanded his servants to pitch tents in the open field, and there await the cool of the evening. Suddenly, a frightful thirst seized the king, and as he saw no water near, he mounted his horse and rode through the neighborhood looking for a spring. Before long, he came to a well filled to the brim, with water clear as crystal, and on the bosom of which a golden jug was floating. King Kojata at once tried to seize the vessel, but though he endeavored to grasp it with his right hand, and then with his left, the wretched thing always eluded his efforts and refused to let itself be caught. First with one hand, and then with 2, did the king try to seize it. But like a fish, the goblet always slipped through his fingers and bobbed to the ground only to reappear at some other place and mock the king. "Plague on you," said King Kojata. "I can quench my thirst without you." And bending over the well, he lapped up the water so greedily that he plunged his face, beard, and all right into the crystal mirror. But when he had satisfied his thirst and wished to raise himself up, he couldn't lift his head because someone held his beard fast in the water. "Who's there? Let me go," cried King Kojata. But there was no answer. Only an awful face looked up from the bottom of the well with 2 great green eyes, glowing like emeralds, and a wide mouth reaching from ear to ear, showing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. And the king's beard was held, not by mortal hands, but by 2 claws. At last a hoarse voice sounded from the depths. "Your trouble is all in vain, King Kojata. I will only let you go on condition that you give me something you know nothing about, and which you will find on your return home." The king didn't pause to ponder long. "For what," thought he, could be in my palace without my knowing about it. The thing is absurd." So he answered quickly, "Yes, I promise that you shall have it." The voice replied, "Very well, but it will go ill with you if you fail to keep your promise." Then the claws relaxed their hold, and the face disappeared in the depths. The king drew his chin out of the water and shook himself like a dog. Then he mounted his horse and rode thoughtfully home with his retinue. When they approached the capital, all the people came out to meet them with great joy and acclamation, and when the king reached his palace, the queen met him on the threshold. Beside her stood the prime minister, holding a little cradle in his hands, in which lay a new-born child, as beautiful as the day. Then the whole thing dawned on the king, and groaning deeply, he muttered to himself, "So this is what I did not know about." And the tears rolled down his cheeks. All the courtiers standing round were much amazed at the king's grief, but no one dared to ask him the cause of it. He took the child in his arms and kissed it tenderly. Then, laying it in its cradle, he determined to control his emotion and began to reign again as before. The secret of the king remained a secret, though his grave, careworn expression escaped no one's notice. In the constant dread that his child would be taken from him, poor Kojata knew no rest night or day. However, time went on, and nothing happened. Days and months and years passed, and the prince grew up into a beautiful youth. And at last the king himself forgot all about the incident that had happened so long ago. One day the prince went out hunting, and going in pursuit of a wild boar, he soon lost the other huntsman and found himself quite alone in the middle of a dark wood. The trees grew so thick and near together that it was almost impossible to see through them. Only straight in front of him lay a little patch of meadowland, overgrown with thistles and rank weeds, in the center of which a leafy lime tree reared itself. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard in the hollow of the tree, and an extraordinary old man with green eyes and chin crept out of it. "A fine day, Prince Milan," he said. "You've kept me waiting a good number of years. It was high time for you to come and pay me a visit." "Who are you, in the name of wonder?" demanded the astonished prince. "You'll find out soon enough, but in the meantime, do as I bid you. Greet your father, King Kojata, from me, and don't forget to remind him of his debt. The time has long passed since it was due, but now he will have to pay it. Farewell for the present. We shall meet again." With these words, the old man disappeared into the tree, and the prince returned home, rather startled, and told his father all that he had seen and heard. The king grew as white as a sheet when he heard the prince's story and said, "Woe is me, my son. The time has come when we must part." And with a heavy heart, he told the prince what had happened at the time of his birth. "Don't worry or distress yourself, dear father," answered Prince Milan. "Things are never as bad as they look. Only give me a horse for my journey, and I wager you'll soon see me back again." The king gave him a beautiful charger with golden stirrups and a sword. The queen hung a little cross round his neck, and after much weeping and lamentation, the prince bade them all farewell and set forth on his journey. He rode straight on for 2 days, and on the third he came to a lake as smooth as glass and as clear as crystal. Not a breath of wind moved, not a leaf stirred. All was silent as the grave. Only on the still bosom of the lake 30 ducks, with brilliant plumage, swam about in the water. Not far from the shore, Prince Milan noticed 30 little white garments lying on the grass, and dismounting from his horse, he crept down under the high bulrushes, took one of the garments, and hid himself with it behind the bushes which grew round the lake. The ducks swam about all over the place, dived down into the depths, and rose again and glided through the waves. At last, tired of disporting themselves, they swam to the shore, and 29 of them put on their little white garments, and instantly turned into so many beautiful maidens. Then they finished dressing and disappeared. Only the 30th little duck couldn't come to the land. It swam about close to the shore, and giving out a piercing cry, it stretched its neck up timidly, gazed wildly around, and then dived under again. Prince Milan's heart was so moved with pity for the poor little creature that he came out from behind the bulrushes to see if he could be of any help. As soon as the duck perceived him, it cried in a human voice, "Oh, dear Prince Milan, for the love of heaven, give me back my garment, and I will be so grateful to you." The prince lay the little garment on the bank beside her and stepped back into the bushes. In a few seconds, a beautiful girl in a white robe stood before him, so fair and sweet and young that no pen could describe her. She gave the prince her hand and spoke. "Many thanks, Prince Milan, for your courtesy. I am the daughter of a wicked magician, and my name is Hyacinthia. My father has 30 young daughters and is a mighty ruler in the underworld, with many castles and great riches. He has been expecting you for ages, but you need have no fear if you will only follow my advice. As soon as you come into the presence of my father, throw yourself at once on the ground and approach him on your knees. Don't mind if he stamps furiously with his feet and curses and swears. I'll attend to the rest, and in the meantime, we had better be off." With these words, the beautiful Hyacinthia stamped on the ground with her little foot, and the earth opened, and they both sank down into the lower world. The palace of the magician was all hewn out of a single carbuncle, lighting up the whole surrounding region, and Prince Milan walked into it gaily. The magician sat on a throne, a sparkling crown on his head. His eyes blazed like a green fire, and instead of hands, he had claws. As soon as Prince Milan entered, he flung himself on his knees. The magician stamped loudly with his feet, glared frightfully out of his green eyes, and cursed so loudly that the whole underworld shook. But the prince, mindful of the counsel he had been given, wasn't the least afraid, and approached the throne still on his knees. At last, the magician laughed aloud and said, "You rogue, you have been well advised to make me laugh. I won't be your enemy anymore. Welcome to the underworld. All the same, for your delay in coming here, we must demand 3 services from you. For today you may go, but tomorrow I shall have something more to say to you." Then 2 servants led Prince Milan to a beautiful apartment, and he lay down fearlessly on the soft bed that had been prepared for him, and was soon fast asleep. Early the next morning the magician sent for him and said, "Let's see now what you've learnt. In the first place, you must build me a palace tonight, the roof of purest gold, the walls of marble, and the windows of crystal. All round you must lay out a beautiful garden with fish ponds and artistic waterfalls. If you do all this, I will reward you richly, but if you don't, you shall lose your head." "Oh, you wicked monster," thought Prince Milan. "You might as well have put me to death at once." Sadly, he returned to his room, and with bent head sat brooding over his cruel fate till evening. When it grew dark, a little bee flew by, and knocking at the window, it said, "Open and let me in." Milan opened the window quickly, and as soon as the bee had entered, it changed into the beautiful Hyacinthia. "Good evening, Prince Milan. Why are you so sad?" "How can I help being sad? Your father threatens me with death, and I see myself already without a head." "And what have you made up your mind to do?" "There's nothing to be done, and after all, I suppose one can only die once." "Now, don't be so foolish, my dear prince, but keep up your spirits, for there is no need to despair. Go to bed, and when you wake up tomorrow morning, the palace will be finished. Then you must go all round it, giving a tap here and there on the walls to look as if you had just finished it." And so it all turned out just as she had said. As soon as it was daylight, Prince Milan stepped out of his room and found a palace which was quite a work of art, down to the very smallest detail. The magician himself was not a little astonished at its beauty, and could hardly believe his eyes. "Well, you certainly are a splendid workman," he said to the prince. "I see you are very clever with your hands. Now I must see if you are equally accomplished with your head. I have 30 daughters in my house, all beautiful princesses. Tomorrow I will place the whole 30 in a row. You must walk past them 3 times, and the third time you must show me which is my youngest daughter Hyacinthia. If you don't guess rightly, you shall lose your head." "This time you've made a mistake," thought Prince Milan, and going to his room, he sat down at the window. "Just fancy my not recognizing the beautiful Hyacinthia. Why, that is the easiest thing in the world." "Not so easy as you think," cried the little bee who was flying past. "If I weren't to help you, you'd never guess. We are 30 sisters so exactly alike that our own father can hardly distinguish us apart." "Then what am I to do?" asked Prince Milan. "Listen," answered Hyacinthia. "You will recognize me by a tiny fly I shall have on my left cheek, but be careful, for you might easily make a mistake." The next day, the magician again commanded Prince Milan to be led before him. His daughters were all arranged in a straight row in front of him, dressed exactly alike, and with their eyes bent on the ground. "Now, you genius," said the magician, "look at these beauties 3 times, and then tell us which is the Princess Hyacinthia." Prince Milan went past them and looked at them closely, but they were all so precisely alike that they looked like one face reflected in 30 mirrors, and the fly was nowhere to be seen. The second time he passed them, he still saw nothing, but the third time he perceived a little fly stealing down one cheek, causing it to blush a faint pink. Then the prince seized the girl's hand and cried out, "This is the Princess Hyacinthia." "You're right again," said the magician in amazement. "But I've still another task for you to do. Before this candle, which I shall light, burns to the socket, you must have made me a pair of boots reaching to my knees. If they aren't finished in that time, off comes your head." The prince returned to his room in despair. Then the Princess Hyacinthia came to him once more, changed into the likeness of a bee, and asked him, "Why so sad, Prince Milan? How can I help being sad? Your father has set me this time an impossible task. Before a candle which he has lit burns to the socket, I am to make a pair of boots. But what does a prince know of shoemaking? If I can't do it, I lose my head." "And what do you mean to do?" asked Hyacinthia. "Well, what is there to be done? What he demands I can't and won't do, so he must just make an end of me." "Not so, dearest. I love you dearly, and you shall marry me, and I'll either save your life or die with you. We must fly now as quickly as we can, for there is no other way of escape." With these words, she breathed on the window, and her breath froze on the pane. Then she led Milan out of the room with her, shut the door, and threw the key away. Hand in hand, they hurried to the spot where they had descended into the lower world, and at last reached the banks of the lake. Prince Milan's charger was still grazing on the grass which grew near the water. The horse no sooner recognized his master than it neighed loudly with joy, and springing towards him, it stood as if rooted to the ground, while Prince Milan and Hyacinthia jumped on its back. Then it sped onwards like an arrow from a bow. In the meantime, the magician was waiting impatiently for the prince. Enraged by the delay, he sent his servants to fetch him, for the appointed time was past. The servants came to the door, and finding it locked, they knocked. But the frozen breath on the window replied in Prince Milan's voice, "I am coming directly." With this answer, they returned to the magician. But when the prince still did not appear, after a time, he sent his servants a second time to bring him. The frozen breath always gave the same answer, but the prince never came. At last, the magician lost all patience and commanded the door to be burst open. But when his servants did so, they found the room empty, and the frozen breath laughed aloud. Out of his mind with rage, the magician ordered the prince to be pursued. Then a wild chase began. "I hear horses' hoofs behind us," said Hyacinthia to the prince. Milan sprang from the saddle, put his ear to the ground, and listened. "Yes," he answered, "they are pursuing us, and are quite close." "Then no time must be lost," said Hyacinthia, and she immediately turned herself into a river, Prince Milan into an iron bridge, and the charger into a blackbird. Behind the bridge, the road branched off into 3 ways. The magician's servants hurried after the fresh tracks, but when they came to the bridge, they stood, not knowing which road to take, as the footprints stopped suddenly, and there were 3 paths for them to choose from. In fear and trembling, they returned to tell the magician what had happened. He flew into a dreadful rage when he saw them, and screamed out, "Oh, you fools! The river and bridge were they. Go back and bring them to me at once, or it will be the worse for you." Then the pursuit began afresh. "I hear horses' hoofs," sighed Hyacinthia. The prince dismounted and put his ear to the ground. "They are hurrying after us, and are already quite near." In a moment, the Princess Hyacinthia had changed herself, the prince and his charger into a thick wood where 1,000 paths and roads crossed each other. Their pursuers entered the forest, but searched in vain for Prince Milan and his bride. At last, they found themselves back at the same spot they had started from, and in despair they returned once more with empty hands to the magician. "Then I'll go after the wretches myself," he shouted. "Bring a horse at once, they shan't escape me." Once more the beautiful Hyacinthia murmured, "I hear horses' hooves quite near." And the prince answered, "They are pursuing us hotly, and are quite close. We are lost now, for that is my father himself. But at the first church we come to his power ceases. He may chase us no further. Hand me your cross." Prince Milan loosened from his neck the little gold cross his mother had given him, and as soon as Hyacinthia grasped it, she had changed herself into a church, Milan into a monk, and the horse into a belfry. They had hardly done this when the magician and his servants rode up. "Did you see no one pass by on horseback, Reverend Father?" he asked the monk. "Prince Milan and Princess Hyacinthia have just gone on this minute. They stopped for a few minutes in the church to say their prayers, and bade me light this wax candle for you and give you their love. I'd like to wring their necks," said the magician, and made all haste home, where he had every one of his servants beaten to within an inch of their lives. Prince Milan rode on slowly with his bride without fearing any further pursuit. The sun was just setting, and its last rays lit up a large city they were approaching. Prince Milan was suddenly seized with an ardent desire to enter the town. "Oh, my beloved," implored Hyacinthia, "please don't go, for I am frightened and fear some evil." "What are you afraid of?" asked the prince. "We'll only go and look at what's to be seen in the town for about an hour, and then we'll continue our journey to my father's kingdom." "The town is easy to get into, but more difficult to get out of," sighed Hyacinthia. "But let it be as you wish. Go, and I will await you here, but I will first change myself into a white milestone. Only I pray you be very careful. The king and queen of the town will come out to meet you, leading a little child with them. Whatever you do, don't kiss the child, or you will forget me and all that has happened to us. I will wait for you here for 3 days." The prince hurried to the town, but Hyacinthia remained behind, disguised as a white milestone on the road. The first day passed, and then the second, and at last the third also. But Prince Milan did not return, for he had not taken Hyacinthea's advice. The king and queen came out to meet him as she had said, leading with them a lovely, fair-haired little girl whose eyes shone like 2 clear stars. The child at once caressed the prince, who, carried away by its beauty, bent down and kissed it on the cheek. From that moment his memory became a blank, and he forgot all about the beautiful Hyacinthia. When the prince did not return, poor Hyacinthia wept bitterly, and changing herself from a milestone into a little blue field flower, she said, "I will grow here on the wayside till some passer-by tramples me underfoot." And one of her tears remained as a dewdrop and sparkled on the little blue flower. Now it happened shortly after this that an old man passed by, and seeing the flower, he was delighted with its beauty. He pulled it up carefully by the roots and carried it home. Here he planted it in a pot, and watered and tended the little plant carefully. And now the most extraordinary thing happened, for from this moment everything in the old man's house was changed. When he awoke in the morning, he always found his room tidied and put into such beautiful order that not a speck of dust was to be found anywhere. When he came home at midday, he found a table laid out with the most dainty food, and he had only to sit down and enjoy himself to his heart's content. At first he was so surprised he didn't know what to think, but after a time he grew a little uncomfortable and went to an old witch to ask for advice. The witch said, "Get up before the cock crows and watch carefully till you see something move, and then throw this cloth quickly over it, and you'll see what will happen." All night the old man never closed an eye. When the first ray of light entered the room, he noticed that the little blue flower began to tremble, and at last it rose out of the pot and flew about the room, put everything in order, swept away the dust, and lit the fire. In great haste, the old man sprang from his bed and covered the flower with the cloth the old witch had given him, and in a moment the beautiful Princess Hyacinthia stood before him. "What have you done?" she cried. "Why have you called me back to life? For I have no desire to live since my bridegroom, the beautiful Prince Milan, has deserted me." "Prince Milan is just going to be married," replied the old man. "Everything is being got ready for the feast, and all the invited guests are flocking to the palace from all sides." The beautiful Hyacinthia cried bitterly when she heard this. Then she dried her tears and went into the town dressed as a peasant woman. She went straight to the king's kitchen, where the white-aproned cooks were running about in great confusion. The princess went up to the head cook and said, "Dear cook, please listen to my request, and let me make a wedding cake for Prince Milan." The busy cook was just going to refuse her demand and order her out of the kitchen, but the words died on his lips when he turned and beheld the beautiful Hyacinthia, and he answered politely, "You have just come in the nick of time, fair maiden. Bake your cake, and I myself will lay it before Prince Milan." The cake was soon made. The invited guests were already thronging round the table when the head cook entered the room, bearing a beautiful wedding cake on a silver dish, and laid it before Prince Milan. The guests were all lost in admiration, for the cake was quite a work of art. Prince Milan at once proceeded to cut it open, when to his surprise 2 white doves sprang out of it, and one of them said to the other, "My dear mate, do not fly away and leave me, and forget me as Prince Milan forgot his beloved Hyacinthia." Milan sighed deeply when he heard what the little dove said. Then he jumped up suddenly from the table and ran to the door, where he found the beautiful Hyacinthia waiting for him. Outside stood his faithful charger, pawing the ground. Without pausing for a moment, Milan and Hyacinthia mounted him and galloped as fast as they could into the country of King Kojata. The king and queen received them with such joy and gladness as had never been heard of before, and they all lived happily for the rest of their lives. See. The Enchanted Ring. Once upon a time, there lived a young man named Rosamond, who was as good and handsome as his elder brother Bramintho was ugly and wicked. Their mother detested her eldest son, and had only eyes for the youngest. This excited Bramintho's jealousy, and he invented a horrible story in order to ruin his brother. He told his father that Rosamond was in the habit of visiting a neighbor who was an enemy of the family, and betraying to him all that went on in the house, and was plotting with him to poison their father. The father flew into a rage and flogged his son till the blood came. Then he threw him into prison and kept him for 3 days without food, and after that he turned him out of the house and threatened to kill him if he ever came back. The mother was miserable and did nothing but weep, but she dared not say anything. The youth left his home with tears in his eyes, not knowing where to go, and wandered about for many hours till he came to a thick wood. Night overtook him at the foot of a great rock, and he fell asleep on a bank of moss, lulled by the music of a little brook. It was dawn when he woke, and he saw before him a beautiful woman seated on a gray horse, with trappings of gold, who looked as if she were preparing for the hunt. "Have you seen a stag and some deerhounds go by?" she asked. "No, madam," he replied. Then she added, "You look unhappy. Is there anything the matter? Take this ring, which will make you the happiest and most powerful of men, provided you never make a bad use of it. If you turn the diamond inside, you will become invisible. If you turn it outside, you will become visible again. If you place it on your little finger, you will take the shape of the king's son, followed by a splendid court. If you put it on your fourth finger, you will take your own shape." Then the young man understood that it was a fairy who was speaking to him, and when she had finished, she plunged into the woods. The youth was very impatient to try the ring, and returned home immediately. He found that the fairy had spoken the truth, and that he could see and hear everything, while he himself was unseen. It lay with him to revenge himself, if he chose, on his brother, without the slightest danger to himself, and he told no one but his mother of all the strange things that had befallen him. He afterwards put the enchanted ring on his little finger, and appeared as the king's son, followed by 100 fine horses and a guard of officers, all richly dressed. His father was much surprised to see the king's son in his quiet little house, and he felt rather embarrassed, not knowing what was the proper way to behave on such a grand occasion. Then Rosamond asked him how many sons he had. "2," replied he. "I wish to see them," said Rosamond. "Send for them at once. I desire to take them both to court in order to make their fortunes." The father hesitated, then answered, "Here is the eldest, whom I have the honor to present to your highness. But where is the youngest? I wish to see him too," persisted Rosamond. "He is not here," said the father. "I had to punish him for a fault, and he has run away." Then Rosamond replied, "You should have shown him what was right, but not have punished him. However, let the elder come with me, and as for you, follow these 2 guards, who will escort you to a place that I will point out to them." Then the 2 guards led off the father, and the fairy of whom you have heard found him in the forest, and beat him with a golden birch rod, and cast him into a cave that was very deep and dark, where he lay enchanted. "Lie there," she said, "till your son comes to take you out again." Meanwhile, the son went to the king's palace, and arrived just when the real prince was absent. He had sailed away to make war on a distant island, but the winds had been contrary, and he had been shipwrecked on unknown shores, and taken captive by a savage people. Rosamond made his appearance at court in the character of the prince, whom everyone wept for as lost, and told them that he had been rescued when at the point of death by some merchants. His return was the signal for great public rejoicings, and the king was so overcome that he became quite speechless, and did nothing but embrace his son. The queen was even more delighted, and fêtes were ordered over the whole kingdom. One day the false prince said to his real brother, "Braminto, you know that I brought you here from your native village in order to make your fortune, but I have found out that you are a liar, and that by your deceit you have been the cause of all the troubles of your brother Rosamond. He is in hiding here, and I desire that you shall speak to him and listen to his reproaches." Braminto trembled at these words, and flinging himself at the prince's feet, confessed his crime. "That is not enough," said Rosamond. "It is to your brother that you must confess, and I desire that you shall ask his forgiveness. He will be very generous if he grants it, and it will be more than you deserve. He is in my anteroom, where you shall see him at once. I myself will retire into another apartment, so as to leave you alone with him." Braminto entered, as he was told, into the anteroom. Then Rosamond changed the ring and passed into the room by another door. Braminto was filled with shame as soon as he saw his brother's face. He implored his pardon and promised to atone for all his faults. Rosamond embraced him with tears and at once forgave him, adding, I am in great favor with the king. It rests with me to have your head cut off, or to condemn you to pass the remainder of your life in prison. But I desire to be as good to you as you have been wicked to me." Bramintho, confused and ashamed, listened to his words without daring to lift his eyes or to remind Rosamond that he was his brother. After this, Rosamond gave out that he was going to make a secret voyage to marry a princess who lived in a neighboring kingdom. But in reality, he only went to see his mother, whom he told all that had happened at the court, giving her at the same time some money that she needed, for the king allowed him to take exactly what he liked, though he was always careful not to abuse this permission. Just then, a furious war broke out between the king, his master, and the sovereign of the adjoining country, who was a bad man, and one that never kept his word. Rosamond went straight to the palace of the wicked king, and by means of his ring was able to be present at all the councils, and learnt all their schemes, so that he was able to forestall them and bring them to naught. He took the command of the army which was brought against the wicked king, and defeated him in a glorious battle, so that peace was at once concluded on conditions that were just to everyone. Henceforth, the king's one idea was to marry the young man to a princess who was the heiress to a neighboring kingdom, and besides that, was as lovely as the day. But one morning, while Rosamond was hunting in the forest, where for the first time he had seen the fairy, his benefactress suddenly appeared before him. "Take heed," she said to him in severe tones, "that you do not marry anybody who believes you to be a prince. You must never deceive anyone. The real prince, whom the whole nation thinks you are, will have to succeed his father, for that is just and right. Go and seek him in some distant island, and I will send winds that will swell your sails and bring you to him. Hasten to render this service to your master, although it is against your own ambition, and prepare, like an honest man, to return to your natural state. If you do not do this, you will become wicked and unhappy, and I will abandon you to all your former troubles." Rosamond took these wise counsels to heart. He gave out that he had undertaken a secret mission to a neighboring state and embarked on board a vessel, the winds carrying him straight to the island, where the fairy had told him he would find the real prince. This unfortunate youth had been taken captive by a savage people, who had kept him to guard their sheep. Rosamond, becoming invisible, went to seek him amongst the pastures, where he kept his flock, and covering him with his mantle, he delivered him out of the hands of his cruel masters, and bore him back to the ship. Other winds sent by the fairy swelled the sails, and together the two young men entered the king's presence. Rosamond spoke first and said, "You have believed me to be your son. I am not he, but I have brought him back to you." The king, filled with astonishment, turned to his real son and asked, "Was it not you, my son, who conquered my enemies and won such a glorious peace? Or is it true that you have been shipwrecked and taken captive, and that Rosamond has set you free?" "Yes, my father," replied the prince. "It is he who sought me out in my captivity and set me free, and to him I owe the happiness of seeing you once more. It was he, not I, who gained the victory." The king could hardly believe his ears, but Rosamond, turning the ring, appeared before him in the likeness of the prince, and the king gazed distractedly at the two youths, who seemed both to be his son. Then he offered Rosamond immense rewards for his services, which were refused, and the only favor the young man would accept was that one of his posts at court should be conferred on his brother Bramintho, for he feared for himself the changes of fortune, the envy of mankind, and his own weakness. His desire was to go back to his mother and his native village, and to spend his time in cultivating the land. One day, when he was wandering through the woods, he met the fairy, who showed him the cavern where his father was imprisoned, and told him what words he must use in order to set him free. He repeated them joyfully, for he had always longed to bring the old man back and to make his last days happy. Rosamond thus became the benefactor of all his family, and had the pleasure of doing good to those who had wished to do him evil. As for the court, to whom he had rendered such services, all he asked was the freedom to live far from its corruption. And to crown all, fearing that if he kept the ring, he might be tempted to use it in order to regain his lost place in the world, he made up his mind to restore it to the fairy. For many days he sought her up and down the woods, and at last he found her. "I want to give you back," he said, holding out the ring, "a gift as dangerous as it is powerful, and which I fear to use wrongfully. I shall never feel safe till I have made it impossible for me to leave my solitude and to satisfy my passions." While Rosamond was seeking to give back the ring to the fairy, Bramintho, who had failed to learn any lessons from experience, gave way to all his desires and tried to persuade the prince, lately become king, to ill-treat Rosamond. But the fairy, who knew all about everything, said to Rosamond, when he was imploring her to accept the ring, "Your wicked brother is doing his best to poison the mind of the king towards you and to ruin you. He deserves to be punished, and he must die. And in order that he may destroy himself, I shall give the ring to him." Rosamond wept at these words, and then asked, "What do you mean by giving him the ring as a punishment? He will only use it to persecute everyone and to become master." Having said this, she disappeared and went straight to the palace, where she showed herself to Bramintho under the disguise of an old woman covered with rags. She at once addressed him in these words, "I have taken this ring from the hands of your brother, to whom I had lent it, and by its help he covered himself with glory. I now give it to you, and be careful what you do with it." Bramintho replied with a laugh, "I shall certainly not imitate my brother, who was foolish enough to bring back the prince instead of reigning in his place." And he was as good as his word. The only use he made of the ring was to find out family secrets and betray them, to commit murders and every sort of wickedness, and to gain wealth for himself unlawfully. All these crimes, which could be traced to nobody, filled the people with astonishment. The king, seeing so many affairs, public and private, exposed, was at first as puzzled as anyone, till Bramintho's wonderful prosperity and amazing insolence made him suspect that the enchanted ring had become his property. In order to find out the truth, he bribed a stranger just arrived at court, one of a nation with whom the king was always at war, and arranged that he was to steal in the night to Bramintho and to offer him untold honors and rewards if he would betray the state's secrets. Bramintho promised everything and accepted at once the first payment of his crime, boasting that he had a ring which rendered him invisible, and that by means of it he could penetrate into the most private places. But his triumph was short. Next day he was seized by order of the king, and his ring was taken from him. He was searched, and on him were found papers which proved his crimes. and though Rosamund himself came back to the court to entreat his pardon, it was refused. So Bramintho was put to death, and the ring had been even more fatal to him than it had been useful in the hands of his brother. To console Rosamund for the fate of Bramintho, the king gave him back the enchanted ring, as a pearl without price. The unhappy Rosamund did not look upon it in the same light, and the first thing he did on his return home was to seek the fairy in the woods. "Here," he said, "is your ring. My brother's experience has made me understand many things that I did not know before. Keep it. It has only led to his destruction. Ah, without it he would be alive now, and my father and mother would not in their old age be bowed to the earth with shame and grief. Perhaps he might have been wise and happy if he had never had the chance of gratifying his wishes. Oh, how dangerous it is to have more power than the rest of the world. Take back your ring, and as ill fortune seems to follow all on whom you bestow it, I will implore you as a favor to myself that you will never give it to anyone who is dear to me. Fenelon, D. The Enchanted Snake. There was once upon a time a poor woman who would have given all she possessed for a child, but she hadn't one. Now it happened one day that her husband went to the wood to collect brushwood, and when he had brought it home, he discovered a pretty little snake among the twigs. When Sabatella, for that was the name of the peasant's wife, saw the little beast, she sighed deeply and said, "Even the snakes have their brood. I alone am unfortunate and have no children." No sooner had she said these words than, to her intense surprise, the little snake looked up into her face and spoke. "Since you have no children, be a mother to me instead, and I promise you will never repent it, for I will love you as if I were your own son." At first, Sabatella was frightened to death at hearing a snake speak, but plucking up her courage, she replied, "If it weren't for any other reason than your kindly thought, I would agree to what you say, and I will love you and look after you like a mother." So she gave the snake a little hole in the house for its bed, fed it with all the nicest food she could think of, and seemed as if she never could show it enough kindness. Day by day, it grew bigger and fatter, and at last one morning, it said to Cola Matteo, the peasant, whom it always regarded as its father, "Dear Papa, I am now of a suitable age and wish to marry." "I'm quite agreeable," answered Matteo, "and I'll do my best to find another snake like yourself and arrange a match between you." "Why, if you do that," replied the snake, "we shall be no better than the vipers and reptiles, and that's not what I want at all. No, I'd much prefer to marry the king's daughter. Therefore I pray you go without further delay and demand an audience of the king and tell him a snake wishes to marry his daughter." Cola Matteo, who was rather a simpleton, went as he was desired to the king, and having obtained an audience, he said, "Your Majesty, I have often heard that people lose nothing by asking, so I have come to inform you that a snake wants to marry your daughter, and I'd be glad to know if you are willing to mate a dove with a serpent." The king, who saw at once that the man was a fool, said, in order to get quit of him, "Go home and tell your friend the snake that if he can turn this palace into ivory, inlaid with gold and silver, before tomorrow at noon, I will let him marry my daughter." And with a hearty laugh, he dismissed the peasant. When Cola Matteo brought this answer back to the snake, the little creature didn't seem the least put out, but said, "Tomorrow morning, before sunrise, you must go to the wood and gather a bunch of green herbs, and then rub the threshold of the palace with them, and you'll see what will happen." Colamateo, who was, as I have said before, a great simpleton, made no reply. But before sunrise next morning, he went to the wood and gathered a bunch of St. John's wort, and rosemary, and such like herbs, and rubbed them, as he had been told, on the floor of the palace. Hardly had he done so than the walls immediately turned into ivory, so richly inlaid with gold and silver that they dazzled the eyes of all beholders. The king, when he rose and saw the miracle that had been performed, was beside himself with amazement, and didn't know what in the world he was to do. But when Colamateo came next day, and in the name of the snake demanded the hand of the princess, the king replied, "Don't be in such a hurry. If the snake really wants to marry my daughter, he must do some more things first, and one of these is to turn all the paths and walls of my garden into pure gold before noon tomorrow." When the snake was told of this new condition, he replied, "Tomorrow morning, early, you must go and collect all the odds and ends of rubbish you can find in the streets, and then take them and throw them on the paths and walls of the garden. And you'll see then if we won't be more than a match for the old king." So Colamateo rose at cock-crow, took a large basket under his arm, and carefully collected all the broken fragments of pots and pans, and jugs and lamps, and other trash of that sort. No sooner had he scattered them over the paths and walls of the king's garden than they became one blaze of glittering gold, so that everyone's eyes were dazzled with the brilliancy, and everyone's soul was filled with wonder. The king, too, was amazed at the sight, but still he couldn't make up his mind to part with his daughter. So when Colamateo came to remind him of his promise, he replied, "I have still a third demand to make. If the snake can turn all the trees and fruit of my garden into precious stones, then I promise him my daughter in marriage." When the peasant informed the snake what the king had said, he replied, "Tomorrow morning, early, you must go to the market and buy all the fruit you see there, and then sow all the stones and seeds in the palace garden. And if I'm not mistaken, the king will be satisfied with the result." Colamateo rose at dawn, and taking a basket on his arm, he went to the market and bought all the pomegranates, apricots, cherries, and other fruit he could find there, and sowed the seeds and stones in the palace garden. In one moment, the trees were all ablaze with rubies, emeralds, diamonds, and every other precious stone you can think of. This time the king felt obliged to keep his promise, and calling his daughter to him, he said, "My dear Granonia," for that was the princess's name. More as a joke than anything else, I demanded what seemed to me impossibilities from your bridegroom, but now that he has done all I required, I am bound to stick to my part of the bargain. Be a good child, and as you love me, do not force me to break my word, but give yourself up with as good grace as you can to a most unhappy fate. Do with me what you like, my lord and father, for your will is my law," answered Granonia. When the king heard this, he told Colamateo to bring the snake to the palace, and said that he was prepared to receive the creature as his son-in-law. The snake arrived at court in a carriage made of gold and drawn by 6 white elephants. But wherever it appeared on the way, the people fled in terror at the sight of the fearful reptile. When the snake reached the palace, all the courtiers shook and trembled with fear down to the very scullion, and the king and queen were in such a state of nervous collapse that they hid themselves in a faraway turret. Grannonia alone kept her presence of mind, and although both her father and mother implored her to fly for her life, she wouldn't move a step, saying, "I'm certainly not going to fly from the man you have chosen for my husband." As soon as the snake saw Grannonia, it wound its tail round her and kissed her. Then, leading her into a room, it shut the door, and throwing off its skin, it changed into a beautiful young man with golden locks and flashing eyes, who embraced Grannonia tenderly and said all sorts of pretty things to her. When the king saw the snake shut itself into a room with his daughter, he said to his wife, "Heaven be merciful to our child, for I fear it is all over with her now. This cursed snake has most likely swallowed her up." Then they put their eyes to the keyhole to see what had happened. Their amazement knew no bounds when they saw a beautiful youth standing before their daughter with the snake's skin lying on the floor beside him. In their excitement, they burst open the door, and seizing the skin, they threw it into the fire. But no sooner had they done this than the young man called out, "O wretched people, what have you done?" And before they had time to look round, he had changed himself into a dove, and dashing against the window, he broke a pane of glass and flew away from their sight. But Grannonia, who in one and the same moment saw herself merry and sad, cheerful and despairing, rich and beggared, complained bitterly over this robbery of her happiness, this poisoning of her cup of joy, this unlucky stroke of fortune, and laid all the blame on her parents, though they assured her that they had meant no harm. But the princess refused to be comforted, and at night, when all the inhabitants of the palace were asleep, she stole out by a back door, disguised as a peasant woman, determined to seek for her lost happiness till she found it. When she got to the outskirts of the town, led by the light of the moon, she met a fox who offered to accompany her, an offer which Grannonia gladly accepted, saying, "You are most heartily welcome, for I don't know my way at all about the neighborhood." So they went on their way together, and came at last to a wood, where, being tired with walking, they paused to rest under the shade of a tree, where a spring of water sported with the tender grass, refreshing it with its crystal spray. They laid themselves down on the green carpet, and soon fell fast asleep, and did not waken again till the sun was high in the heavens. They rose up and stood for some time, listening to the birds singing, because Grannonia delighted in their songs. When the fox perceived this, he said, "If you only understood, as I do, what these little birds are saying, your pleasure would be even greater." Provoked by his words, for we all know that curiosity is as deeply inborn in every woman as even the love of talking, Grannonia implored the fox to tell her what the birds had said. Grannonia, when she learnt that they were talking of her lover, asked at once whose son he was, and if there was any hope of his recovery. To which the fox made answer that the birds had said he was the son of the king of Vallone Grosso, and that the only thing that could cure him was to rub the wounds on his head with the blood of the very birds who had told the tale. Then Grannonia knelt down before the fox, and begged him in her sweetest way to catch the birds for her and procure their blood, promising at the same time to reward him richly. "All right," said the fox, "only don't be in such a hurry. Let's wait till night, when the little birds have gone to roost. Then I'll climb up and catch them all for you." So they passed the day, talking now of the beauty of the prince, now of the father of the princess, and then of the misfortune that had happened. At last the night arrived, and all the little birds were asleep high up on the branches of a big tree. The fox climbed up stealthily and caught the little creatures with his paws, one after the other. And when he had killed them all, he put their blood into a little bottle, which he wore at his side, and returned with it to Granonia, who was beside herself with joy at the result of the fox's raid. But the fox said, "My dear daughter, your joy is in vain, because, let me tell you, this blood is of no earthly use to you unless you add some of mine to it." And with these words he took to his heels. Granonia, who saw her hopes dashed to the ground in this cruel way, had recourse to flattery and cunning, weapons which have often stood the sex in good stead, and called out after the fox, "Father Fox, you would be quite right to save your skin, if, in the first place, I didn't feel I owed so much to you, and if, in the second, there weren't other foxes in the world. But as you know how grateful I feel to you, and as there are heaps of other foxes about, you can trust yourself to me. Don't behave like the cow that kicks the pail over after it has filled it with milk, but continue your journey with me, and when we get to the capital, you can sell me to the king as a servant girl." It never entered the fox's head that even foxes can be outwitted, so after a bit he consented to go with her. But he hadn't gone far before the cunning girl seized a stick and gave him such a blow with it on the head that he dropped down dead on the spot. Then Granonia took some of his blood and poured it into her little bottle, and went on her way as fast as she could to Vallone Grosso. When she arrived there, she went straight to the royal palace, and let the king be told she had come to cure the young prince. The king commanded her to be brought before him at once, and was much astonished when he saw that it was a girl who undertook to do what all the cleverest doctors of his kingdom had failed in. As an attempt hurts no one, he willingly consented that she should do what she could. "All I ask," said Granonia, "is that, should I succeed in what you desire, you will give me your son in marriage." The king, who had given up all hopes of his son's recovery, replied, "Only restore him to life and health, and he shall be yours. It is only fair to give her a husband who gives me a son." And so they went into the prince's room. The moment Granonia had rubbed the blood on his wounds, the illness left him, and he was as sound and well as ever. When the king saw his son thus marvelously restored to life and health, he turned to him and said, "My dear son, I thought of you as dead, and now, to my great joy and amazement, you are alive again. I promised this young woman that if she should cure you, to bestow your hand and heart on her, and seeing that heaven has been gracious, you must fulfill the promise I made her, for gratitude alone forces me to pay this debt." But the prince answered, "My lord and father, I would that my will were as free as my love for you is great. But as I have plighted my word to another maiden, you will see yourself, and so will this young woman, that I cannot go back from my word and be faithless to her whom I love." When Granonia heard these words and saw how deeply rooted the prince's love for her was, she felt very happy, and blushing rosy red, she said, "But should I get the other lady to give up her rights, would you then consent to marry me?" "Far be it from me," replied the prince, "to banish the beautiful picture of my love from my heart. Whatever she may say, my heart and desire will remain the same, and though I were to lose my life for it, I couldn't consent to this exchange." Granonia could keep silence no longer, and throwing off her peasant's disguise, she discovered herself to the prince, who was nearly beside himself with joy when he recognized his fair lady-love. He then told his father at once who she was and what she had done and suffered for his sake. Then they invited the king and queen of Starza Longa to their court and had a great wedding feast, and proved once more that there is no better seasoning for the joys of true love than a few pangs of grief.